everybody.
Yeah.
This is the October 27th meeting of the General Policy Committee. And so our first order of business is adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Wish a second to adopt our agenda. It's a long one, so we're going to have to be efficient today. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. First order of business is approval of the minutes from October 13th. Any additions, corrections, or is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second to adopt our minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Bryant reminded me that this is her first full-on legit city commission meeting. She's clerking, and so she is asking for a little forgiveness.
Let's see how difficult we can make it.
Yeah. I said this is an easy group, and we're very well organized, and we're going to give her no problems whatsoever.
No problem.
Why would you lie to that poor woman?
She did our joint meeting the other day with the county and did a fabulous job, so I know it's going to be no issue whatsoever. But yeah, Kristen, let me know if you didn't hear anything or need us to repeat anything. Be happy to do so. Okay, our first order of business for discussion today is updating the city internal auditor ordinance to reflect revised professional standards. Mr. Nee pointed out that the recommendation is an old one that was a holdover from a previous agenda item. Really, I would just strike the recommendation and we will proceed in whatever way the majority feels is appropriate to do so after we have our discussion. And with that, I will go ahead, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked for this item to come to GPC. We have a very full agenda. What I'm after is for this to be referred to the policy committee to look at auditor positions in other cities. And their responsibilities is what I'm looking for.
So you'd like a comparison
Yes.
with these types of procedural changes. Okay, thank you. Ms. Bigby, do you want to offer any insight right now?
Sure, thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, we have Resolution 150127 that's currently active, and it elaborates on city auditor duties and procedures. Most of it is procedures for audit staff on how to conduct audit engagements, and that's what our professional guidelines tell us to do. So we follow the government auditing standards and the international, the IIA International Professional Practices Framework. So from the resolution, one reason why we want to repeal that resolution is so that we can update our internal procedures and guidelines, which is about 80 pages, periodically and review them at least annually. And again, that tells our staff how to do our jobs. There's a couple of elements in the resolution that are better suited to be in the ordinance. So as an example, I printed out the City of Tallahassee. Their city auditor is called the Inspector General. And it has pretty much what I would expect in any ordinance for city auditors that follow the Red Book and the Yellow Book, the government auditing standards and the professional practices framework. So in their standards and what we're proposing in our ordinance update is the organizational placement, which says that the city auditor's office is independent, meaning that it reports to city commission, which we already had in our resolution since 1997. It also has access to records, people, property, data, authority. Office of Inspector General, for example, conducts audits and conducts investigations. That again is already in our ordinance and in our resolution. And which professional guidelines that you follow, so whether you follow government auditing standards or you follow government auditing standards and professional practice standards, which is what Tallahassee does too. So we're called Orange Book shops. And then quality review, that you're subject to professional peer review from those professional standards boards. That's the extent of our ask. Remove the resolution. Most of the stuff is in internal guidelines, strengthening the ordinance for those couple of things that were not in the very short ordinance that we have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bigby. I have no problem looking at some comparisons with other Florida cities. This, to me, do we have Morgan in the room? There you are. Hi. I would like this to come back expeditiously, if at all possible. So if we could ask Morgan to do a sort of comparison with maybe 4 or 5 other Florida cities. Sounds like Tallahassee is an obvious one.
We actually have already done that, so we can pass her the information that we have.
That's good then.
So if she wants to coordinate with your office and then bring this back, I think it's December 9th, is that our next GPC? Not December 9th, we have one before that. Yeah, there it is.
No, it's canceled.
We don't have any in November?
Yeah.
Okay, that was my, that's why I had it.
December 8th.
Yeah.
So bring it back to our December 8th GPC?
That's right.
Does that work? Okay. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll, without objection, Commissioner Chestnut will consider that a motion to ask our policy director to bring back a comparison of these sort of professional standards with 4 or 5 other Florida cities to GPC on December 8th for the commission to review, and then the commission can direct further action at that time. Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds reasonable. Thank you.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak to that? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. All right, looking forward to seeing this in about a month. Okay, E2, Air Conditioner Exchange and Rebate Program. Mr. Cunningham?
Actually, this is an item that's in the policy group.
Okay.
We may share a little bit of information, but it's still in the policy process.
sounds good.
Morgan is going to lead it.
All right.
Yes, hi Mayor and Commissioners, Morgan Spicer, Interim Policy Oversight Administrator, and one of our fellows, Kaylin Escobar, is here with us today to share some of the research that was conducted on air conditioner exchange and rebate programs, both kind of the history within GRU and also some other municipalities that have similar programs. So as always, first 2 phases, phase 1 was research and idea formulation, which resulted in the report, and then we're in phase 2. And I will hand it over to Kaylin.
All right, Ms. Escobar, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kaylin Escobar, and I'm a Policy Research Fellow at the City Clerk's Office. Today I'll be discussing air conditioner exchange and rebate programs I researched as part of a general energy efficiency report dedicated to helping neighbors save on energy consumption. So as for this background information slide, research shows that upgraded air conditioner units can help increase energy efficiency and reduce electricity costs. Air conditioning upgrades have the potential to save up to 20 to 40% on energy consumption if changing from one of the most inefficient units to one of the most efficient ones. Although some who upgrade their AC unit might not see numbers as high, more efficient units can help neighbors due to their longer lifespans and lower operating costs. There are a couple of existing federal programs that can help improve energy efficiency. These include the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program and the Weatherization Assistance Program. The former offers income-qualifying families assistance with home heating and cooling prices, while the latter allows households at or below 200% of the poverty line and either receive SSI or aid to families with dependent children to receive weatherization upgrades. This presentation focuses on a few other methods cities can take to improve the efficiency of air conditioner units, specifically exchange programs, where an inefficient unit is exchanged for an efficient one, and rebate programs, which are used as an incentive to upgrade air conditioner units and other appliances and offer money back to neighbors who meet efficiency standards. These next slides will focus on GRU's current and past approaches to encouraging energy efficiency. GRU recently expanded their LEAP program into LEAP Plus with $1.9 million in ARPA funding, which offers efficient home improvements for low-income customers. Additionally, GRU currently offers natural gas equipment incentives to improve efficiency by converting electric, oil, or liquefied petroleum gas to an energy-efficient natural gas model, and those rebates can be seen on this screen. Finally, $250,000 have been allocated toward utility debt forgiveness utilizing ARPA funding. In the past, GRU additionally had energy efficiency programs specifically focused on air conditioner units, including both a rebate program and an annual exchange. For several years, GRU had an air conditioner rebate program. In order to be eligible, the person receiving the rebate had to be a GRU electric customer, had to replace the old unit with a new unit with a CR rating of 10.7 or greater, and they also must remove the old unit. In addition to this, they must have completed a rebate form within 30 days, and there was a limit of 1 AC rebate per customer. Additionally, GRU held an annual exchange where neighbors could present their GRU bill and old window AC unit to exchange it with a new, more efficient AC unit. GRU contracted with a local hardware store to purchase several hundred window units and sold them to neighbors for a significantly reduced nominal price. Both programs were dissolved in the early 2010s after GRU determined that the programs were no longer cost-effective enough after enough neighbors had made the switch to more efficient units. However, there are several other publicly owned municipalities in the state of Florida that still offer air conditioner rebate programs that may serve as a model for GRU. So above the very first one is Ocala, and that's the Ocala Electric Utility. The requirements can be seen on the screen, but generally they must have a SEER rating, they must be certified by a contractor, and there must be a certified performance report. The AC rebate amount for Ocala is $250 per unit. The next one is Tampa, or the Tampa Electric Company, and this AC rebate amount is $135 per unit. The last one is Tallahassee, with the City of Tallahassee Utilities, and the AC rebate amount is a minimum of $100 with a maximum of $300 per unit, depending on the SEER number. There are also other rebates for other appliances, as you can see on this slide. While less common, another mechanism municipalities can use to improve air conditioner efficiency for neighbors include exchange programs. There are two examples here in Toronto, Canada, and Boone County, Missouri. For Toronto, Canada, beginning in December of 2019, the Toronto Community Housing Corporation, a corporation owned and operated by the City of Toronto, removed 7,000 window air conditioners from its buildings. In February 2020, they began the process of exchanging the units for portable floor-mounted models at no cost to the tenants. The City Corporation owns and manages approximately 60,000 rental housing units across Toronto and banned the installation of window air conditioning systems in their housing. This initiative was not for energy efficiency reasons, but safety reasons, yet it is still included since it serves as a model exchange program with past success. The Voluntary Action Committee, or VAC, worked with Columbia Water and Light Department, as well as the Boone Electric Cooperative, to assist in exchanging older window AC units for energy-efficient ones. The program runs from May through September of each year, and participants can contact VAC for eligibility. Similar to other programs, the participant must provide a recent utility bill from the City of Columbia or Boone Electric to participate and receive the free exchange unit. Some potential disadvantages to energy efficiency programs are listed here. The first one is that there are possible challenges in ensuring program participation and identifying which communities could benefit the most from this programming. Information regarding the percentage of customers with inefficient AC units may be required to gauge the utility of such programming, and this data would have to be collected. Another one is that rebates still require customers to pay upfront, as discounts are traditionally given after proof of purchase. This ties with the program participation in rebate programs varying. The last point is that exchange programs would be more costly than a rebate program due to the resources required to attain these units and distribute them. On the next slide, we will discuss potential advantages to energy efficiency programs. The first one is that programs could assist neighbors who have higher utility bills due to the inefficient air conditioner units and incentivize them to switch to more cost-saving, energy-efficient units. The next point is that exchange programs could help increase awareness of additional assistance programs available to residents. And the last point is that programs could help by furthering energy conscientiousness in the community by improving general energy education. I'll pass it back off to Morgan.
Sorry. Thank you, Kaylin. And this is just a reminder of the next phases of our policy process. Phase 3 is timeline development within a working group. Phase 4 is full staff and analysis and proposal development, still with that working group. And then Phase 5, the proposal would return to the GPC. And then Phase 6 would be implementation if the commission so chooses. But that is what we have for you today. We're happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Morgan and Kayla. Quick question, because there was a flux of language used. Are we talking about like split mini units? Are we talking about only window units? Are we talking about a central AC? And I don't think we're talking about a central AC.
I think that that's a point that's up for discussion and would be up for analysis as to what sorts of units we're trying to replace and what we're trying to replace them with. I think the emphasis is on replacing inefficient units, whatever that may be, with more efficient units, but we would not want to propose specifics as to what that might look like.
Thank you. I was a little confused because we kept flipping. Cool. So I think something like this could be very helpful. We live in Florida to not have air conditioning. That's why we included in the rental housing ordinance to not have efficient air conditioning is to some folks, a very serious hazard to their health. It just is. What I would, I have concerns about including full HVAC, like central air, just because those are a mess and a half, and you don't know until you get into an attic or a crawl space, and you don't know. It's very different from like any small apartment even to a larger house. You don't know what you're getting in there, and I don't want to overpromise what we intend to do or want to try to do, and then be able to help one person versus, you know, potentially 100. I think looking at replacing inefficient window units with newer, more efficient window units, or are they split minis or minis? They're split minis. Mini splits. Okay, words are hard. And those can be really efficient, especially if you are not going to be cooling the rest of the house and you only need one space. That's what my parents did for my room when they turned it into an office, and I don't have to deal with the rest of their heat, what do you call them? Not heat stroke, they just have hot flashes and they're like, it's so cold. It's like, no, stop it. So they are efficient, at least if you have a diversity of folks living in a space. And so I think it's a good, inexpensive route to really help a lot of our communities. Even if it does come at a slight cost to us, I think it'd be a numbers game to figure out how much of a rebate can we offer versus those, because those are much cheaper than a whole central system. So much cheaper than a whole central system. So they could be viable as an option, but we'd have to run the numbers to see how much, you know, rebate versus cost. One thing I would consider, given the point of upfront cost, is government has the ability to buy in bulk. An individual does not, and that often comes at a discount just for buying in bulk. So I don't know if GRU has ever considered buying any materials up front at a lower cost in bulk directly from a manufacturer, and then we could sell them off at that discount. And rather than a rebate, it is the discount of having purchased it for them. So I don't know if that would be something worth exploring, or if we have in the past, prior to that policy we discontinued in 2010, but those would be my thoughts on the matter. Just, Tony?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask Kinzon Hutchinson, he's our GRU's Chief Customer Officer, to come up, but to answer a few of the things. So the policy process, what happens is we're not to the point yet where we're really engaged with GRU completely, but we actually had a program like this, as was stated. And so in that program, it was basically high efficiency window units that we had a rebate program for. And in that program, what we did was essentially went to like Home Depot and Lowe's, and we're out front there, and if someone brought their old unit and provided it, and then they bought a new unit, then they'd be able to apply for the rebate, and it was a $150 rebate. So we could do something like that. Again, we haven't done all the details of how it would be funded, but as you all are well aware, because as a body you voted for the ARPA funds to increase the LEAP program, you know, we could potentially take some of that LEAP funding and allocate it toward this. And so, because essentially for the next couple of years it'd be about $1 million a year that is funding the LEAP program. So we could look at that again. We haven't done all of this yet because we're kind of early in this policy process. But those are some things that we've just talked about briefly in-house if we wanted to kind of get those types of things started. Another thing could look for another funding source, you know, to do that as well. But you know, I think something like this, as was stated, is something that utilities do, and it's something we could do, or just expand our LEAP program to accomplish that. So, Kinzon, I don't know if there's anything. Yeah, if you would come up.
I think you nailed it on the head. We do, as I said, we do have LEAP, as Tony mentioned, we do have LEAP dollars that are available that we could probably expand that program into that.
That works for me. Just ideas of what we had tried, hadn't considered, but that's what we're doing here today.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you rescind?
No.
You still want to speak?
Yeah.
Okay, Adrian and then go.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have concerns. Our LEAP program focuses on low income. This does not have any income restrictions on it and things like that. I would rather focus our our money on programs that are specifically for low income. Some of the rebates given, I mean, someone's going to buy a new system, they probably, my dad bought a new system in Austin, Ted where he lives, and they bought it, they got a rebate, they were going to buy it anyway, and I feel like we're almost just kind of giving money for, people are going to do it anyway. So that's my one concern of the program, and I think it's better to focus on people who really can't afford it versus just a broad program. On our incentives for moving people from electric, oil, and propane to gas, I think we should consider removing that incentive and move people from electric to gas. I mean, gas is expensive. It's also, probably we shouldn't be moving people in that direction. So just offering people to move from oil and propane to either gas or electric, but not trying to get people to move from electric to gas. But that's just I think we should focus stuff on specifically low-income people instead of a broad program that gives it to everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jessup?
Thank you, and I agree with that, focusing on low-income people who I think could really benefit from this. But I haven't heard any numbers. Do we have any idea of how many?
Yeah, so I think, I would probably rely on the policy group. This is going through the policy process, so this isn't something we have done. We did have some anecdotal from some of our staff in terms of one of the reasons that was dissolved in 2010 is like a lot of those folks replaced their units. And so that it was starting to diminishing returns on ones available. And I think some of our LEAP folks, and maybe Kenzan can expand, but some of our LEAP folks would say that you don't see as many window units at locations as we used to 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Correct.
But we don't have any specific numbers, and Morgan, I don't know if you got that.
So I think if someone could get us some numbers, Mr. Mayor, for low-income folk, or how we identify them, that's who I think that this would be very, very, very beneficial there. I think as you drive around, there still are a lot of window units in certain pockets of town.
Pardon me?
So for clarity, what's being asked for?
Pardon me?
For clarity, what's being asked for?
Well, nothing quite yet. We'll get to it.
Yes,
We get to a motion, we'll know.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tony Kenzan. The impetus for this is multifold. And I asked research to look into it for a few reasons to start the policy process. First of all, this is a way that people can actually see and understand and not have to wade through policy discussions to figure out how the city of Gainesville is helping lower their bill. It is a straightforward approach. When we talk about energy efficiency and use acronyms and things, we leave a lot of people behind. We don't do it intentionally because we're a bunch of policy geeks. We're here and part of this because that's how we think. But that's not necessarily how the people who live in the community think. But everybody knows, nearly everybody is fully aware, that if you have an old, leaky, rusty window unit air conditioner hanging out inside of your house, that is costing you too much money. I don't think anybody's under the impression that that is a good way to cool your house. It's just what they have and what they can afford. I want us to get to a place where we can help people who can't afford to do better fairly quickly. And I don't want a rebate system. Rebates are great for folks sitting around this table. They are not great for folks who can't afford it in the first place. Something like an exchange program, I would be very interested in. Bring the window unit, or bring us your bill and a picture of it, and we'll have somebody bring it to you. Because in a lot of cases, I think we're going to find older folks who don't have the ability to get it out of the window, to unplug everything and bring it down to 4th Avenue. I don't want to build the program right here. I don't think that's a good way to make policy. But I do want something in place that increases efficiency system-wide, which this would do, even though it'll be targeted in an area, and that saves people money, and that people can understand and without having to read through booklets and see how this is benefiting them. I think that we need more programs like that people can touch and feel and see and know that it is saving them money. And if we're talking about a small number, I don't know if a small number is 50 or 500. And even if it's 50, first of all, that costs us a lot of money. And second, those 50 people are going to be real happy people who will tell their neighbors. And we need some of that. I mean, we need some good press for GRU. And I think this is a way to do it. I am not tied to how we pay for it, whether it's GRU or general government or any other pot of money that might be available to us. I am specifically thinking about swapping window units for mini splits, or potentially very high efficiency replacement window units, which are a thing now. But I prefer the mini splits because my information is that those seem to be even more efficient. Now, they require more installation as well. So there are pieces that go with all this, and I'm not saying that it's as simple as swapping a box. It is more involved than that, and it costs a little more than that. But I think this is a path we should follow. We should follow it with deliberate speed to help people who can't pay their bills. I mean, I really think that's the impetus here. I will tell you that I was shocked at the idea that there were 7,000 air conditioners overall in the city of Toronto, but good for them. I guess they have a couple of summer days. I don't know. Anyway, I
deal well with them.
At any rate, I make fun of my Canadian friends. I'm sorry.
People die every year.
Well, I don't want them to die.
Now it's
I want them to have air
That's
conditioners.
what I do.
Now it's no longer funny.
Yeah, way to kill the joke, man. At any rate, I would like us to move forward with bringing some policy back as straightforward and as simple as possible, aimed at people who have trouble paying their bills. That's what I'm trying to make happen. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all my colleagues who have weighed in on this very important issue as well. I would like to say that in my travels, both to constituents' homes and also knowing a few people who are kind of mom and pop landlords who are really concerned about being able to provide affordable housing options to our most vulnerable neighbors. I'm also concerned about HVAC. I'm concerned about the larger units because while there are still some people who do have the window units, I have come across a lot of folks who have incredibly old and inefficient HVAC.
True.
And I'd like to see us consider some ways that we can address that as well, which, to Commissioner Chestnut's point, which was a question in my mind, that's why the data and the information to me is so important, because knowing who has what and being able to tailor specific programs and initiatives or build this out kind of around the need, I think is essential. But I have seen a lot of homes that just have incredibly old units inside the home. I like the midi split idea as well. I can say that in our family business, we have a few of them. There is a bit of a charge when you start talking about installation and some things just logistically that have to work, you have to work things out. But it has been very beneficial to us, and so how that could possibly be worked into this is something that I'm really excited to explore. But I will tell you that outside of just the wall units, I really would love for us to find ways to look at how we might be able to address the HVAC units as well, because they are an issue. So knowing who has what, I think is critical.
So, Mr. Hudson, could you speak a little bit to LEAP and when we do the assessments and addressing that topic?
Right. So with LEAP, of course, it's geared towards low income, and so when we go out to homes, we take a look at what they have, and then we assess what year the unit is, how efficient it is, installation, all those different things, and then at that point, we come back and, of course, evaluate which is the best option to give customers the most impact for what we spend on their homes, and then at that point we'll decide, then we'll go out and we'll actually upgrade their homes. I'm kind of listening to a little bit of what you're mentioning as it relates to, if we're trying to, work with low income, of course, LEAP, we really cater towards low income, and so anybody who's in a low income or moderate income, we can actually do more homes. It doesn't necessarily have to be all insulation, HVAC system, all those things, because every home does not have insulation issues. Sometimes it's just the HVAC system, so we can do things with that. And so if we did go down this path, and we're really trying to gear towards low income, everybody who falls within that category will be able to do something with their HVAC system, even if they have window units, because we have replaced window units with ductless mini splits, which are more expensive than your window units. So it would be a good idea if they went through the LEAP program in order to have that happen for them. But, you know, typically rebate programs are a little difficult because they do have to pay up front, and it's harder to kind of get them to, you know, get those things done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just the mini split costs are almost similar to an HVAC cost when you consider insulation and things like that. I guess I don't see how this is different than the LEAP program. I mean, we already kind of do everything that we take window units and go there. I guess I don't see a difference from what our current LEAP program to what's being discussed, other than if we went to rebate, because it sounds like LEAP covers everything here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the difference is in the way we talk about it, primarily. LEAP is how we fund. What it is, what we're funding, is how people think about it. The way we talk about it outside this room is the big difference. We can talk about LEAP programs all day and people's eyes are glazed over. Happens all the time. It is important and we know what we're talking about when we say that. But if we knock on somebody's door and say, it looks like you have some issues that the LEAP program might be able to help you with, they'll say, thank you very much, have a good day. We have to get this, we have to wrap our heads around how people wrap their heads around things. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish with this. What are ways that we could save people money that we don't have to explain a government program to get them to listen in the first place? That's what I'm trying to move forward here. So.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So go ahead.
Thank you. And I think when we say LEAP is serving low income and moderate
Low to
income,
moderate,
I would like to know exactly how many participants are really low income.
And LEAP, I don't have that number to determine
That's-
which one is
that's-
moderate or
That's
low.
okay if you could bring that back, because I think probably moderate income people are accessing it more than what you would call low income.
Well, I will say, prior to this year, it was only low income. Correct. So we expanded it to low and moderate
Okay.
this year.
All right.
Prior to this year, it has only been low income
Correct.
since early 2000s. How long has the LEAP program?
That just happened when we took on the additional.
No, but how long has the LEAP program been going
Since
over?
2007,
Yeah.
2008.
So it's been low income for the vast majority. This year, we expanded it to low and moderate.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. So I think we already have a mechanism to means test it. If they qualify for the LEAP program, then they're already, been verified to fall under a certain income threshold. If we're talking about a communication strategy, then that's fine. I think even more than we can replace your AC, we just say, would you like your GRU bill to be lower? I don't think it's any more complicated than that. We don't have to tell them what the program is or what tools we have to help them lower their bill. We just say, would you like your GRU bill to be lower? Great. We have some, let us come take a look at your house and we'll tell you what we can do to make that happen. I would also, and Kenzon, you're probably already doing this, so forgive me if I'm sort of being redundant here, but make a deliberate effort to work with CWC, Community Weatherization Coalition, on this, and just let them know, look, if you come across a house and, with a little bit more money, you could also do this. We have this pool of money available from ARPA that, we can chip in and get that extra piece. Because that's, my understanding, unless they've changed their model considerably since the last time I spoke with them, is they they tend to do a lot of smaller things that add up, but fewer big things.
Correct.
And I mean, at 1 or 2 houses, maybe a year, they do a big sort of, massive reinstallation or something like that. But, so if we let them know, hey, we've got this pool of money, so, us through our LEAP and LEAP Plus program and CWC through their program, you come across a house, they only do low income, I think. Still, we've got money. If an AC unit is one of their needs, just let us know and we can help out with that. So I think it's all there in front, and we have this tremendous opportunity with the ARPA funds. And frankly, Mr. Manager, my biggest concern is expending all of those funds in a timely fashion. I mean, we go back to the $250,000 we set aside for bill relief, and we haven't even expended 25% of that yet. Just really making sure people are aware that we have money that is there to help them as long as they qualify. And this is one specific way we can do it. Because the other thing I know, like through both LEAP and CWC homes, is that a lot of times it's not just a straight sort of appliance switch out. It's, we've got to repair this window because we've got this, the AC unit's in an open window, So, sometimes it's not, you got to get a contractor in there to sort of reframe the window or things like that. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm happy to support, if the goal is to rebrand and make it a little bit more clear what LEAP and CWC do and offer, then that's great. But to me, it seems like we have the funding source and we have the means test already in place. So, let's go and just start identifying households and getting them signed up, getting them on a list. And I think the other advantage, I know I'm rambling a little bit, but the other advantage is construction is slowing down a little bit. So finding contractors to do work in a timely fashion is going to be a little bit easier over this coming year than it has maybe over the last 4 or 5. So that's also works in our favor, to get more homes in a quicker fashion. So I don't know, is there, do you need further direction here or, yeah?
Yeah, so I guess, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I think where the direction I would need, so from a policy standpoint, we're at the point where the lead charter would now develop a work team and develop a process and all of that. And so I think I'm hearing, you guys will make a motion on if that's the direction we want to go in. What would help me a little bit is I'm hearing a little bit of a difference. So we have the LEAP program where you apply, you meet the income eligibility requirements, and then we look at funding, and if funding's available, we do as many homes, and contractors available, we do as many homes as we can. And we've done a really good job, and you all have helped promote that this past year, and you have over 200 folks that have applied and have been approved, and we're working through all those lists. So in terms of expanding that a little bit to include mini splits and high efficiency window units, I think that's pretty easy. But what I'm also hearing is maybe a different model than LEAP, where we do an exchange program or something of that nature. So I guess I need to hear what direction are we going in. If we're going in the direction with LEAP, I think that we'll be quicker to market with that. If we're going in the direction of the exchange program, we're going to need to just figure out how to ramp that up, and I just want to make sure I understand that direction.
And how and whether we means test that as well. Because I know back in the day when we did like the Lowe's Exchange.
There's no income.
Yeah, you pulled up in a
eligibility,
truck with an
correct.
AC on the back of it, you gave it, you got a new thing.
AC and a bill, that's all you needed.
Yeah.
But if you go the step of income eligibility, that is, that's an extra step that happens through the LEAP program.
Right, okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Cynthia and Harvey.
Okay, and I think as we're bringing a communications person on board, coordinating with general government.
Oh, absolutely,
And helping to get that message out and crafting the message.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I would move that we direct the general manager and staff to bring back program options targeted at using existing structures to help people upgrade window unit air conditioners to upgrade air conditioners to more efficient systems, looking primarily at window units, and to create a trade-in system similar to the one that existed years ago,
In 2010.
but that we stopped in 2010. And what the ramifications might be, what the usage might be, bring us back options with explanations of how those might work. And I would say to a commission meeting rather than waiting until December if we can possibly do that.
So,
And I know that's a lot of work, I get it.
Is that the motion?
That's the
Second.
Okay, so, see, very simple and clear.
I got it.
Marketing our existing opportunities, creating an exchange program, and bringing those options back to us as soon as they're ready, including if that's a city commission meeting prior to GPCS, basically, right? Okay. Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I can't support the motion because it doesn't focus on low income. I also think that exchange programs can, I know some people who would, they don't live here, they can.
Low income, how's that? We'll swap it.
We have LEAP. I mean, then they're gonna have to, qualifying for LEAP is a decent process. Having exchange program, I don't know why they just don't use LEAP instead of creating a whole new program. Also doing an exchange program, someone's like bringing in an old AC unit from who lives not in the city limits. They just get a friend who has a GRE bill, they exchange it and get a new one. It's not even helping a city of Gainesville resident. When you're doing a LEAP program, it's being installed in the house. You know it's being installed there. You know it's being installed correctly. And it's most likely not going to be a window unit. It's going to be a mini split or an HVAC, or a central air system, which is, I think, a better long-term solution for someone. So if we're changing the name and doing communications to change it out, I think we should do that. I think the other stuff is just redundant and will be taken, I don't think it will actually get to the issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Cunningham, are the LEAP rules online up to date, or I guess Kinzon, are they up to date? Okay. So it still does have, I think one of the things it says it does help with is replacing room air conditioners, which I assume include also window or any other units. So it is included in LEAP as it stands. I wonder if Commissioner Hay Santos would be more comfortable with the idea of looking at a portion of LEAP, I think you mentioned this earlier, being put aside as kind of a separate application. I'm not applying for the whole of LEAP, but I do need, because that requires contractors, that requires a few more hurdles. If it is within LEAP itself, but it's a side program that you can apply specifically for this. Specifically for AC things, because that's a more immediate need for some folks than the rest of the home.
LEAP goes in there, they look at it, and they take a complete picture. I mean, you still have to qualify, you still have to go through all of the process. I don't see why someone comes out very quickly to do a LEAP assessment. Getting a contractor to come out, it's the same thing as, I mean, we can replace window units with window units. I don't think that's probably a good idea. I think we should upgrade people to their long term. I mean, you said moving a mini splitter or an HVAC, so I don't think we should move. I think we should change the name or do something like that, and just. I don't see what we're doing is different than what we're currently doing. Or the
Options was the key here.
options for exchange. I guess, yeah, on the side. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think the one additional thing, besides how we communicate, is having staff put together an option for an exchange program. You know, I think sort of based on what we did in the past, but with some added criteria. You know, and so, yeah, I mean, I'm going to support that motion. I share a lot of your same concerns, Commissioner. So it's, you know, limited pot of money, where do we use it, and is that the best use? But I want to see what it looks like, and then the design of that might allay some of my concerns. So there's no harm for me in, you know, seeing that in front of me before making a decision. So, you know, I think that's fine exercise to go through. Okay, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak to this item? Okay, move back to the commission. The motion is to ask staff to coordinate a sort of outreach and marketing campaign for this limited time pot of money that can help our low-income and moderate-income residents with their energy needs and lower their bill. And then also bring us back a design for a potential exchange program. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That motion passes 4-1. 5-1. 5-1. With 8 Santos in dissent and Ariel absent. All right, thank you all. Up next, we have a review of GRU's new quarterly report format. Mr. Cunningham.
Yes, so as you all know, we started to perform quarterly updates for GRU. Typically, we're going to have a variety of topics where we're going to provide an update, but we're utilizing this time to go over, we created a new format where we're providing a quarterly report to the UAB and the City Commission. And so that'll come every 3 months. You'll see that typically in the consent agenda for the commission, but we wanted to go through it and make sure all the different pieces and graphs and information that we're going to show in this, that everybody understands what they are and give you a chance to answer some questions. We created this format in conjunction with the UAB, Utility Advisory Board. We've gone through a couple of iterations, and this is sort of the final one we've come up with through that work with them. And so each of our officers are going to go through their section. We're going to go through it fairly quickly, just asking you if there's something that's not understood, pause and ask questions, but we're going to try to get through it. And again, the purpose is so everybody understands what's in there, so in the future it'll be just something you consume, not something we present.
Wonderful, thank you.
So with that being said, Mr. Hutchinson, I believe you're first. Kristen, is that you bringing it up or someone else? Okay, yeah, so it's just a PDF, just to open up.
I don't.
There's 2 of them.
I'm not connected to the
Oh, okay.
system.
Sorry, that was
It's not, it should be the bottom.
Yep, yes. Scott, if you can maybe make it a little bit bigger too, that will help. That's probably good. So if you're controlling it, Scott, I'm sorry, I didn't realize how it's going to be. Just kind of scroll down to the first section. So this here just shows each of the sections that will be included in it. Some customer operations, energy delivery, supply, water, wastewater, and then it ends with safety. And go ahead and go down a little bit more. So there'll be a section at the beginning with highlights, and Kanzana, if there's anything you want to focus on here.
And this is just pretty much showing a little bit about some of the community events that we do have, where we're constantly going out into the community to really help customers empower themselves by giving different energy efficiency tips. And so this is just showing one of the actual things that we've done. I think this is at Day Springs, really empowering our customers. And so that's with this slide. And I'm struggling with my eyes because I can't really see that far, so you gotta, if you can,
So average speed of answer.
Thank you so much. So this is the average speed of answer that we do have, and it's been really challenging this year with the higher fuel adjustment, with the longer bills, cycles, and estimated bills. So we've been receiving a lot of calls. We have, you kind of see some of the uptick that we do have out there as it relates to the calls this year. For our quarter, of course, we do have different things where we have our service levels. For residential, it's 5 minutes. For business, it's 3 minutes. And for callbacks, we have where it's up to an hour. And so we have been trying to navigate through those. And so this is just kind of showing some of the data that we have for how we are doing with calls and callbacks. Average handle time. This is just showing what we do with average handle time. Of course, average handle time is something that's kind of tricky because we're not trying to have we don't want our CSRs rushing through calls. We want them to actually take care of the customers so they're not calling back. And so there has been a little bit of an uptick with the actual calls we do have. Just because they've been a little bit more difficult to explain because customers need to know why their utilities are what they are. And so this is just showing our average handle time. Thank you. And just call volume. Typically, we have about 20,000 calls that we would answer from residential on average per month, but it's been an uptick with those this quarter. Of course, you know, we're going into our shoulder month, so I'm expecting that the volume of those do go down over time. And so this is just showing our actual call volume.
And sorry, I did not clarify something. So what this report is actually from the third quarter, not the fourth. So this is what we had worked with the UAB on. So this isn't up to date in the last quarter of the fiscal year. It is actually the third quarter.
Right. And so the next piece is customer experience. So we're very much we are very much a voice of a customer department to where we do send out surveys. And so on the first piece of the graph, the first bar, you'll see where we send out a relationship survey. And in that relationship survey, what it is it's just saying, hey, what do you think about GRU as a whole? And of course, a lot of things that we're getting back in that is high bills. Doesn't matter what the service is like, but it's just we're troubled with GRU because of high bills. But then the next one is a transactional survey, and so it's when a customer comes in contact with us as GRU. It could be a move in, a move out, whatever the case may be. If you go back the other way. Thank you, right there. And but at that point, you'll see where they have interaction with us, and so we send something through email to those customers, and you can see where it's an uptick from where the actual relationship survey is. That's where our overall, you see our overall score. It's hard for me to see from here, but I think is it 3.5?
Yes.
3.5. Good. We're working on that. This is just showing disconnects. Disconnections, you'll see what was 3,465 with the average bill being $250. And the part that I want to mention for this is, of course, there's been an uptick in disconnect orders that are out there, but this does not mean that those customers were disconnected. It's just disconnect orders that were generated. And so we kind of use this information to help us determine different things. Where do we suspend late fees, or do we suspend disconnects? Do we do all those things depending upon what the actual uptick is, and it helps us make decisions. And so that's what this is showing.
Is that for the whole quarter, 3,400?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So about 1,000 a month.
Right here is, which is a big thing right here. And, you know, if you look at this, we through ERAP, how many customers we really assisted with the utility bills through ERAP, through Our Florida, and also social service agency vouchers that we have out there, which is a big deal. I can't see the dollar figure. I think I do have dollar figures up
I think
there.
it's down below.
If you scroll.
Okay. Oh, no, it's not on there.
Mr. Mayor. How did these compare with with last year and with the, say, a 5-year running average or some running average?
The disconnects or the assistance?
Yes.
So I think the disconnects,
It's
up
fairly
slightly up.
it's just up ahead, but it's fairly the same. I kind of look
Pretty
back at it, so
similar.
it's somewhat averages out around about 1,000 and some odd per month.
So Kinzon's group does a monthly report, and it has 2 or 3 year history on it, and it's fairly similar. You can see a little bit of difference.
And is that pretty consistent month to month over the course of the year, or is this quarter consistently a little higher? I mean, I would think that it would be a little bit higher.
It's normally a little bit higher around this time, and I've at least recently went back to look at what we've reported over the last few years, and it's typically around this time where it's a little higher.
Yeah, I mean, it's hotter, number one, and so the bills are higher, and move outs. And some of those folks just walk away without paying the bill, I know.
Right.
Thanks, Scott.
There, so you should be able to control the mouse.
But I will say, Commissioner, the ERAP, SS voucher, social service vouchers is something we always have. Some of those other funding sources were newer this year, coming off the pandemic. And in this quarter, we were able to assist, through those agencies, about $1.2 million in direct assistance to customers to help pay bills.
Man, I cannot see. Can you expand that a little bit?
This is showing primarily what we're looking at here is the conversion, trying to convert toward e-bill and more things done electronically in terms of environmental stewardship. And so one of the things we want to see is the orange portion of that pie on the bottom grow as we move forward, so that more and more of our customers are on e-bills, as well as the top is showing different ways that you can get service from GRU and it being on the web as opposed to coming in and making a phone call.
Thanks, Tony, for being my eyeglasses.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And so the last part of this is just showing paper versus e-bills. Currently, right now, it's showing that we're at 72% on paper. The other percentage on e-bill. We're constantly trying to push that number up. And so there, if you look at this, it's a little more than a quarter. We have an uptick with this going forward with e-bill. And prior to this, we used to run into issues where our system, when customers would actually transition from one address to another, it would kick them off of e-bill. And so we had issues with customers staying on e-bill. Now we have that resolved. And so now we're really pushing e-bill for our customers because, of course, it saves us money as a whole. One, because it's less paper, less mailers, and the whole 9 yards. And so we're being able to provide this through email to our customers. So we're constantly pushing this, even through different campaigns that we have throughout the year. So I'm very encouraged with the numbers where they are. It's not over, but I do look to really improve those numbers.
And then the last section, I think, is just things in the community over the last quarter.
Yeah, that guy right there was serving a hamburger next to one of the commissioners, and they thought that hamburger was really, really good. So that's what they're showing there. And then the last thing is, I do want to really harp on this, and so like General Manager mentioned, LEAP has been really, really good. We've been able to serve quite a few customers. We did 32. And over this quarter, it was $190,000 that we actually spent on helping customers with efficiency programs. So very excited about that. And we are on a path now, projected path to really outdo that this upcoming quarter. So I'm looking forward to presenting to what those fourth quarter looks like.
So that's the end of the customer service. If we have any questions for Mr. Hutchinson.
Well, I'm intrigued by the 42,000 calls. Is that about the same or more?
It's an uptick.
It's up.
It's an uptick. As I say, with the utility, with the fuel adjustment, with the extended bills, with the estimations, calls have definitely increased. Email correspondence as well.
So that's for April, May, June, right?
Correct. Third quarter. Yep.
So maybe still higher.
Yeah.
The next.
Yeah, Q4 is probably high.
All right, thanks, Kanzan. So next up, Darko Kovac. He is our Systems Control Manager. He will be going over the elements of the energy delivery quarterly update.
Anyways, good afternoon. Name is Darko Kovac. Thank you for giving the opportunity to be in front of you and give you the wonderful presentation about the energy delivery, where I work. So I don't look like Anthony Carroll because I'm not him, but instead of him because he is not here right now. So I'm going to do whatever he told me to do, which is tell you what are our highlights. And I'm going to start with the good. We are replacing our aging equipment, which is the power transformers. As if you know, those things are expensive and it takes a long time to get to them. So when they near the end of life, we cannot service them anymore, we have to replace them. So we were able to do that with the two new 44 megavolt ampere power transfer Sugarfoot, and we're already seeing significant improvement in that. And we're going to go to the next ones as well. Another one is, this is our NERC requirement, which is federal requirement, North American Electric Reliability Corporation, which is reporting to FERC, which is the Federal Elementary Regulatory Commission, and they're reporting to the Congress. And they're requiring us to make sure that our equipment works every day, 24/7, no questions asked. So this was a big one, and we were able to complete it on time. You also see that we got the unit 2. We were able to do that one when they were having the generating the power out. We were able to do that as well, because we tried to put as least number of outages, scheduled outages, while somebody else is doing it. We also jump on a bandwagon to save customers money that way. We also met the NERC requirement to clear the vegetation in transmission corridors, and that was actually the beginning of NERC. They're looking into the high line sag and cause all the problems. We are taking that very dear to heart. And we also assisted the city of Ocala with their restoration. And you also see we got some gas completed subdivisions in our service territory. So if I can move to the next one. And stop in any time if you got any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Now we're going to reliability, and this is what we also hold near and dear to heart, which is our KD. In other words, this is how fast we respond to the outages when outages happen. And on average, we are about 57 minutes this year. And you can see that in 2020, we were 65 minutes, then it dropped down to 53, and then 56, and now we're 57. Last year was not a good year to us, 2021, and this year was better, but we were a little bit shy of making it better than what it was previous when it comes to the customer restoration. Next one is the frequency of our outages. We had as low as 0.8 and as high as 1.55. So this year we had it 1.22. And you can see three numbers before it, those are for quarter 3. However, the last column is the year to date. This is how we ended up. It is not as good as we want it to be. That's where the orange line is. We want it to be at 1. We exceeded it. However, we got an excellent plan to put it back where it's supposed to be, below that orange line for this coming year.
So, Darko, just real quick on safety. Basically, you're saying the average customer or a customer is going to, on average, have 1.22 interruptions in the whole year.
Yes, that would be in the, put it this way, we are estimating that each customer experiences at least one outage. Some companies have it to 5 times per customer, we have it at 1, and we want to be lower than that. And the way that we measure that is hard to compare it to the other utilities, because not every utility is 60% underground and 40% overhead. Not every utility has squirrel issues, or every utility has the vegetation issues. Some utilities don't have that. We have it. So to whom are we comparing it to? We compare it to our yesterday selves. We want to be better every year, to serve our customers better every year. And if we can lower the number of customers when experiencing outages, we succeeded in that one.
This is really these are measures of reliability, how reliable we are. So we compare very well in reliability to others in the industry, and these targets are what we're going towards as we build, construct, maintain, and operate our systems.
And if you keep that in mind, I'm going to, last slide will tell you why is it important.
So Darko, outside of a major storm event, what are our most likely causes for an outage? I gotta assume it's vegetation, then squirrels, then squirrels first?
Yeah, in Commissioner Sacco's backyard, the squirrel is definitely. Or everybody else's vegetation.
Well, she keeps feeding them.
She does, actually. I mean, they're right around, they're pretty big.
60% underground.
No, I'm just curious, I mean, like, this is helpful when we talk to people when their power goes out. We understand a major storm event that's uncontrollable and unpredictable, and you might make it through unscathed, and you might be out for a week. It's just really up to the weather gods how that plays out. But the other, time, that we just have normal weather, what are the most likely causes for an outage?
Equipment. You're going to have that.
Equipment failure, like aging equipment?
Yeah, that would be, sometimes it's not even aging. we have some of the equipment that is our lightning arresters. So what do? When the lightning hits the line, we want it to be as quickly distributed to the ground as possible. Well, sometimes lightning hit it and goes to the ground, but it kind of damages that piece of equipment. And the next time that something happens, it might be a blue sky day, it will.
And we actually have a graph on this.
Okay.
So let's hit it when you get to the
Yes.
graph.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Good question, absolutely. And but besides the vegetation, you're going to see equipment is going to be the point. Okay, the next one is incidents. I have to apologize for a misprint. The last column is not correct. It should say 837. We didn't meet our goal. We wanted to meet our goal, but we didn't. So we had a little bit more incidents in this particular year than what we wanted to be. Again, we put it on 790. We ended up at 836. Not every year is the same. Some years you got more activity in our system. Some years you got very little. It's like I said, it depends. We are doing our best to identify those areas where we expect majority of the incidents, to predict it, what's going to happen, and then proactively go there and start cleaning it. If we don't do that, that number will be much, much higher. Okay, I'm going to switch to the to the natural gas system root cause. As you know, gas is underground, and sometimes people get into those things. And the majority of the time that we see is when people don't request locates and the failure to maintain clearance. So those are the things that we constantly combat. And if you look at if you scroll a little bit down more, you're going to see we got a pie chart with who is the major contributor to gas line having issues, and that would be our contractors. They're the ones that are going through majority, followed by the homeowners and then by us. Contractors, homeowners, they would not call 811, and that's what happens. For us, it's like if the lines are not clearly indicated, because some of the oldest lines are a little bit harder to find out, and then we get to it. Luckily, not a big percentage, so it is not all that critical. But we're improving it. We are putting more markers in the ground so that we can find our lines easier, and we're constantly reminding the public and the contractors call 811, which is call before you dig, so that way people avoid accidents.
Good.
Thank you, Mayor. For the ones that don't have, didn't do 811 locates, do we charge them, or how does that work in terms of?
We don't charge them.
We don't.
Well, if they cause damage.
If they cause damage, yeah.
Yeah, if they cause damage, we invoice, like if we go out there and fix it, then we send an invoice to them and they pay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Right. Thank you. So I misunderstood your question, but thank you for the answer. So this is your answer, Mayor Paul. The cause of power outages. If you remove the first two, which is 3, and the 3 limbs, you're going to get to the primary equipment failure. That's the one which is and squirrels. What do you know? And undetermined. Undetermineds are hard to find out because sometimes you cannot find a smoking gun right next to it unless you're right next to it when it happens. And that's a very interesting thing because we do our best to find it what it is so we can preempt it for next time. Sometimes we can't. So we go around, talk to neighbors, talk to the people that worked it, and we are having a little bit of investigation to it. And this number used to be high, now it's very low. And recently we got motor vehicles, people running into our poles. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate for the people that do it, and unfortunate for the customers that are without power because of it.
But the primary takeaway here, which I think most of you all know, is tree limbs falling on lines causing outages. And then particularly when there's high winds or a lot of rain, then that increases, which obviously is like a hurricane. But that is why we have vegetation management, is it improves reliability by trimming them around those facilities.
Thank you. And Mr. Cunningham, if one of our neighbors has a tree near a power line, they can call us and we'll go out and take care of it for them.
For the branches and limbs that are around our lines, yes.
That is correct. Okay, and the last one is, if you remember the question you asked, why is it important? This is why it's important. We are currently in a diamond, which is the highest level of RP3, which is from FMPA. And that is going across the nation, comparing every single utility in this nation of ours. And being in a diamond level tells you something, that we are safe, we got a very good workforce development, and we are reliable. This is why safety matters, because all those indices are going into that report. And the nicest part of it all, the credit companies, credit agencies, rating agencies, they're looking into that. How are you conducting your business? We are very proud of it, that we are part of that we were able to make it, and we do it every 3 years. We are working toward that goal to make it even better. And that's all from me, unless you have some questions.
For Darko?
Thanks, Darko. Really
All
appreciate
right,
it.
thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So next up is Energy Supply. Our Energy Supply Officer, Dina DeLeo, will come up and walk us through these items. Thanks, Dina.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Dean Leo, Energy Supply Officer. So much like the GRU strategic plan is based on the city's strategic plan, Energy Supply business plan is based on the GRU strategic plan in support of it. So we pick industry best practices with metrics and targets associated with the generating units to meet our reliability, basically our compliance with it, our environmental stewardship, and our involvement, community involvement in project milestones. So every time we do our update, we'll first of all have a narrative up front, which will provide our quarterly update. And any update we would have for a project that may be running more than 1 quarter, maybe an annual project or a multi-year project, but there'd be a narrative at the front end that talks about major things going on within the outages or any of the units that went down for any kind of trips or anything. We'll describe that in the narrative at the front of the update. The next will be equipment availability factor. That's an industry term and target where you measure the reliability of the units. If there's any outages or D-rates. A D-rate is an example of where a unit cannot operate its full load capability. So anything you have in the equivalent, so the next slide, apologize.
Go to the graphs, Scott.
Graphs,
Sorry.
apologize. So here it's for the 3 base load units. The base load units for us, which base load means units that run routinely all the time, will be Deerhaven 2, Combined Cycle Kelly, and the Deerhaven Renewable, the biomass plant. Those 3 plants have equivalent availability factor measured for all of them against a target and a metric. The 4th quarter will actually have the targets on there. We compare the targets to the metrics for the 3 months. And this is going off an industry average of what you do it with your particular fleet. So the very next slide is the availability factor. This is all 8 of our generating units. So we have 8 generating units. And this is the ability if the unit can run. We measure this from if it just has the ability to operate. It doesn't take into consideration D-rates. It just was whether the unit, you press the button, will the unit run. We measure that against industry average and against whatever outages we have, our planned outages, but not, of course, not our forced outages. So it's an industry term to measure your reliability of your fleet to each of the units. The next slide will be generation by fuel type. So each quarter will provide generation by fuel type, but it'd be coal, natural gas, or renewable biomass. And of course, as we move towards the solar ITN, as we add more solar in the mix, that will also be added to the graphic. But we'll provide generation by fuel type. In the 4th quarter, we'll actually provide a year-to-date as well as how we're doing. So this is by the 3 months, but we'll provide year-to-date in the 4th quarter. The next is CT, the combustion turbine on availability. So combustion turbines are used for peak purposes. So they're not running very often at all. They're there for those peak demands, or if you lose another generating unit. So they stay dormant for long periods of time. They're shut down. So how you measure the reliability of those is when you press that button, do they start, and how many hours do you have where you're unavailable for them to provide their purpose of peaking purposes. That's an industry standard average, and we measure it for all the units. The next slide, the next 4th quarter will have actually the targets compared to that, because there are planned outages for those units that we minus from that, but everything else should be available during that period of time. The next is in our environmental stewardship and compliance. So we have very high environmental emission standards, water standards associated with the power plants. We also have regulatory, electric requirements, NERC requirements associated with plants. So we measure the performance and how the plants are doing to those compliance standards. Obviously, the answer is 0 violations of compliance, and we achieved that obviously in the 3rd quarter, actually achieved that all in 22. And so this is an environmental stewardship part. The next would be community involvement. Energy Supply doesn't have direct interface with an external customer, but we have lots of internal customers. We're a direct customer for energy delivery that just came up before us. They're nothing without us, we're nothing without them. Doesn't matter if they can't distribute and transmit if we don't generate, and vice versa. Doesn't matter if we can generate it, if it can't be distributed and transmitted. So we have internal customers of energy delivery. And obviously, the bottom slide is I do visit our sister city, which, Mayor, I know you were involved in that one. So that will be the updates that we normally provide for energy supply that are, again, using metrics and targets that are best pets for the industry. Any questions?
Any questions? All right, so the last section, or not second to last section, is water and wastewater, and the acting water wastewater officer, Debbie Doherty, will provide us an overview.
Okay, so just like everybody else has been talking about, excuse me, the highlight section is going to be major project updates, project that hits a milestone, something we delivered this particular quarter, water quality reports went out, and then just things we want to brag about. We, last summer, took home a lot of safety awards at the local state conferences, so there's some of that information in there. You can scroll down to the next page. The next one is our reliability numbers. The top graph is going to show you Murphy's water distribution, so about 22 million gallons a day is our average. You can see by month. The orange line is rainfall. It's just like a customer bill, same thing that you all see on your own bills. We put the rainfall in there, and we showed our consumptive use permit of 30, just so we kind of have something to compare to. You can scroll down, and this graph shows the two wastewater plants. It's a little bit busy, but for Main Street and Kanapaha, they each have their own permit line, and then the rainfall line also. And then just to note, we're actually permitted as a system. So just because we have a number on each plant, it's a total. So you'll see somewhere Main Street goes over. A lot of that's because of I&I. So y'all will hear us talk about, when the rainfall goes up, we have a lot of I&I, and we have high flows, especially on the Main Street side of town.
And you might just want to, for those watching at home, explain what I&I is.
Yeah, infiltration and inflow. So that is basically when we have a lot of rain, if there's someone's clean out that's sitting open, we're going to take that rainfall in. If there's leaking manholes or anything like that, we're going to take in that water, and treat that.
And I know that we're in the third or fourth year of a concentrated effort to address sort of any intrusion and leakage and all that. And I don't know if you want to talk about that at all.
Debbie, you can touch on it. We finished a massive assessment, and we're now in the implementation of that assessment, so we're doing improvements.
Yeah, we're in our third year. So since the study completed and it gave us prioritized lift station basins to go look at with these higher flows, we looked, this is system-wide,
Right.
We went by lift station and looked. And we're doing lining efforts in all of those basins and using flow monitoring to figure out the kind of where you get the most bang for your buck. So we're doing our lining program a lot smarter with the I&I data we have now. Is that correct?
Yeah, and so, not to get into touchy subjects, but, as we look at a sort of multi-year water, wastewater increase, this is a big part of that. The only way to get to that is by increasing your capital expenditures every year. But once it's done, it will both extend the useful life and lower the sort of burden on customers because you'll have a better closed system. So
Yeah.
they were tough decisions, I guess I'm saying, but it's really important that we made that investment, and we're getting sort of to the point where the payoff is going to be very clear.
And there's two things kind of driving that additional investment that you're referencing. One is the collection system, and like what you're saying, and there is a benefit of reducing costs as you shore up that system a little bit better. The second thing is, though, as Debbie was mentioning, those blue bars in those 2 months, they are exceeding the permitted capacity of that plant, which is not a violation because you look at the plants in total, but that plant is reaching its full capacity. And so the other thing we are doing as a community and supported by the commission is a big investment in upgrading our Main Street plant and increasing the capacity of the plant as we do that. So a lot of the facilities were getting older and needed to be replaced. And our staff, led by Debbie, really creatively looked at not just replacing units, but replacing and increasing capacity both at the same time in a more cost-effective manner. But it is a massive investment in the Main Street water reclamation facility.
Yeah, we'll be at 10 million gallons when we finish that project. It'll take us a while to get there, but that'll be a good place. You can then scroll up. So the next piece is about our water distribution system. Anytime we can go out proactively, replace our mains, we're going to get ahead of leaks in the system down the road. So this is a galvanized steel mains where we target those. You do see peaks because there's months where we'll go target a neighborhood and stay in a neighborhood, whereas other months we're kind of bouncing around a little bit, doing a street here and there. And a lot of it depends on what other things our guys are working on. So, needless to say, this is something we're working towards. We ended up with about 15,000 linear feet replaced this year. Some of that's due to some meter changeouts we did getting ahead at AMI, which is on another slide down here. So we'll kind of keep scrolling. At the bottom, again, it just lists the number of services and meters that we changed out. For the year, we actually ended up changing out 15,000 meters, which is a pretty good head start on our meters for AMI. We already had gotten our meters in stock, so we were able to start doing some of that work. We had some material issues that slowed us down, but several of our meters just need a register replaced. There was about 10,000 that just need to go drop a new register in the meter. You don't have to change the body of the meter. So we've gone ahead and done a lot of that work, getting ahead of AMI. So that'll help us in the next years to come. Go ahead and scroll down. And this is about the wastewater system. Same idea. We're out TVing and inspecting our wastewater collection pipes, looking for the infiltration that's out there, looking for pipes that we need to clean and that we need to inspect. We're also looking for blockages to get ahead of SSOs. So again, this is proactive work. This is just an indication of what we've TV'd and what we've cleaned. We can scroll down a little bit more to the bottom. And this just has statistics on how much we did per year. The lining number is a lot higher. For some reason, it's always the end of our FY when we really go do a ton of lining. It feels like it takes a while to get all the contractors lined up. So that number, I think, is around 40,000. We didn't quite get to our 52, but that's okay. We'll get there. So keep scrolling down. This is our lift station call-outs. So we have 170 lift stations around town. This kind of shows the cause of call-out, which for us is a big indicator of just the age of the pump and helps us with statistics. If you scroll down, I think third quarter was a 400 number. We ended up with 680 call-outs for all of FY22 last year. So that's 50 call. These are always after hours. When I say call-out, it's not happening during the day. It's phone rings at night, and our guys have got some kind of alarm coming off of a lift station. So we just keep these statistics and try to look for ways to be proactive. If we see a reoccurring problem at a station, we use these statistics to help us. And then moving on to environmental stewardship, these are just snapshots. You'll see these every year on your annual report. You'll see how much water was delivered. This is just by quarter, the gallons of water delivered, and then the reclaim that's returned back to the environment. And then just some statistics on all the sampling we do. We do a tremendous amount of water quality samples of both the water system and the wastewater system. So it's just, kind of capturing that effort of something we do on a daily basis. Keep scrolling down. So for environmental stewardship, this is just showing the water distribution system, leaks, systems, and breaks. The main thing to notice here is, we don't have a lot of water main breaks. The line that goes down the street, we really don't break very often in that location. It's typically the customer service or at the meter is where we have the majority of our leaks. So you can see that from those statistics here. So these numbers will always be there. The more proactive replacement we can do in our system, these will start to come down. So that's why we're always tracking both. You can scroll down again.
You'll pause real quick.
So there's a significant curve there. I guess
that's just a cumulative over the year, the way he did it.
Oh, okay.
It is cumulative, yeah.
I thought it
looks really scary, right? Yeah. I don't love this graph. We might do a little different next time you see it.
We were in a crisis.
Like every month.
Yeah, it's cumulative of the year, and then we get to start back at the bottom now. And then the same thing, this is our SSO data for FY22. The numbers are a little higher when you add in quarter four, but I will tell you the breakdown of cause is pretty consistent. We still have our predominant problem being residential grease and toiletries, so we're constantly promoting the FOG program, which you guys are a big help with that. And then you can see the wet weather, and then we have third-party damage or infrastructure issues. If it's under infrastructure, it's something where we had a failure of a pipe that was, that needed to be replaced or cleaned or something. You can scroll down a little bit at the bottom. To go along with that message, we have the outreach to prevent SSOs. When we have a residential grease spill that we can definitely tie to residential grease, we do mailings and door hangers to folks that live in that area. And then the water conservation also, there's some messaging that's done and how many customers we reach with those messages for quarter three. I think that's it, other than the community stuff where you'll just see pictures of places where we've gone out to educate the public, we're out a lot with schools. We'd love to get out and talk to the kids. And then, of course, the city services fair was, the first one was that quarter. So that's it. You'll have
I
any
noticed
questions?
you didn't put our friends from Duhawk's visit to the wastewater treatment plant.
I think the one picture is
That's
from
actually
there.
them at Sweetwater Wetland.
Yeah.
But not of the treatment plant.
That was a
Yeah.
less than
Not
pleasant
the-
experience for
Not the
some of us.
Nazi sister city folks.
They were not expecting that at the end of their day.
All right, if there are no questions, Doug Beck, our Utility Safety and Training Officer, will come up and end it with safety. I will say though, what we are going through here is a lot of people think of GRU as getting a bill, but GRU is delivering the clean water, the wastewater, making sure when you flush your toilet it goes away, making sure the light comes on when you hit the switch. And all that we're putting here are the metrics that we measure to make sure we're doing that well. And so that is really what this is built up. Like I said, with the UAB, we put this together, but it's really the metrics that we look at and measure as staff to make sure we're providing those services consistently and we're maintaining our systems properly so that we don't get in a situation where we're putting at risk our customers and our community because of how we provide those utility services. And a major part of that, the overarching part of that, is that we do it safely for both our neighbors and our employees, and so Mr. Beck is here to talk about that.
Okay, so the graph, we're going to have like 3 graphs on this page. One will be employee injuries. Employee injuries are called recordable. They are in line with what OSHA requires reporting, although we do not report to OSHA. We follow all of their guidelines. So this is showing 7 for the Q3. For the year, we've had 15. Same as last year, so no improvement, but we lowered by more than half the number of days away and on restricted duty from 188 to 74. That's a significant improvement. So some people are still getting hurt, but not as bad. Okay. Next one is miles driven of the fleet. That number is incorrect. It should be 550,000. For the year, we're just shy of 2.1 million miles our fleet drives around our service territory. That's a pretty small area. The next one is vehicle collisions. For this year, this one shows 1 for the third quarter. For this year, we've actually had 9 total, 5 that were non-preventable. Those are the ones that people run into us. We can't prevent that. So that's down significantly from FY21, and we had 21 with 9 non-preventable. Part of that is we went into an aggressive vehicle marking, especially the rear end. If you notice, all our vehicles have reflected stripes, reflective logos. Everything is a little bit better than it used to be. So it's an ongoing program. Next page is an overview of what accidents and what they were. Very quickly, there's a very quick review of those. We keep very extensive records of these for risk management, for workers' comp if they are injured. Fortunately, we haven't had any real bad cases in the last couple of years. And then also vehicle collision summary, which I went through. That's there, what actually happened with these collisions. We had one recently where one of our T&D guys was hauling an empty trailer on one of the country roads. Got hit, the trailer got hit with a high-speed Charger. Totaled the Charger, nobody got hurt. Tore the trailer right off the truck. Right off the truck, it was 100 feet away. So that's the kind of stuff our guys and our gals face every day out there. Not fun. Last slide is a overview of our one of our safety programs. It's called Safety Observations. It's peer-to-peer observation of how they're doing their jobs and are they doing it safely. So the whole idea is you're training yourself when you go out to get on the ladder that you're maintaining the right safety mindset. So that's one of our programs. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Well done.
Thank you.
So roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you. A couple of things I think would be useful is having the average usage per household for water and energy and gas. That's something I think that is good to have out there. Definitely CPR lower than the rest of the area. I also think comparing ourselves to other utilities in our area, both for usage, but also like renewable energy. I mean, I think having a graph like how much is our renewable energy, but also our how much like our interrupted. Each customer is interrupted. I mean, having that kind of information I think would be useful for at least comparing us to the state, maybe the surrounding utilities, because I know that's brought up a lot. Like, all these other utilities have this, but I think we do well in those categories. Having the dates and the year on the beginning of it, I think Q3 can mean a lot of different things, and also just having the date or the year of the what's on. I think tracking the AMI rollout as that goes forward, kind of how many we have left, where is that going? That's going to be a multi-year thing to see if the commission keep track and see if it's catching up. Another thing I think would be having some trends, some multi-year trends on different things that are in that, but like how much renewable and where that kind of is going on a trend. I mean, even the paper versus email, where is that going on a trend over multi-years? Because just having a snapshot can be very difficult to see what's going on. But if you can see a multi-year trend and we have goals and it's just kind of stagnant or there's jumps, I think that would be useful for us to be able to kind of, do we need to have policy changes to help move these things along or make changes? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, thank you for all the work that goes into this, and I would agree that having a multi-year approach to it helps us. When you put these together and when you present it, in your mind, you already know what those averages are and how it moves from year to year, because it's what you do. We don't see it very often, so it's important to us to have those, something to compare it to, so we know if that's good or bad. Absolutely.
Love the report. Agree with comments from Commissioner Santos. I think those are all helpful. I do sort of envision that this would go on consent once a quarter. And so I, as general manager, I would just very specifically reach out to every commissioner sort of a week before that meeting and go through it with them. So if there are any questions, they can be answered, or certainly if there's things that require a little bit more follow-up or more staff presence at that meeting, that you are prepared if it gets pulled from consent and they want to discuss a specific part of that. I would hate for someone to pull it at agenda adoption and not really know what about the report was of concern or wanted to have an opportunity to discuss. So I think just getting into that routine of like, here's the report, let's go through it. Not maybe as in much detail today, but here's some highlights. Here's some areas that we're concerned about. Here's some, great wins we had to highlight, and then be available to answer any questions. And I think for most commissioners, that would probably satisfy them, heading into the meeting when it actually is on the agenda. But I think this would be really helpful. I know for me, like you go through enough meetings and you get enough reports and it's just all jumbled up here, right? And there's so many things, like I know that we had a report on, I&I or on, transition to renewable energy, but I don't know, it's so hard for me to put my fingers on it. Like, where do I go find that? I know I saw it. I'm a visual learner, right? So I can picture it in my mind. I start going back agenda by agenda for months or years looking for it, and that's not a good use of anybody's time, right? So I think this will be much more helpful where, you can just go to the quarterly report, find it, follow up, ask any questions, and really helpful to our customers as well. I love it.
Appreciate all the feedback.
Any other feedback? All good? All right, well, thank you. Anybody from the public wish to speak to this basically formatting of the quarterly report? Okay, then on to our next item. It's the ARPA quarterly update. Madam Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. We have an ARPA update today.
Thank you, GRU folks. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, relative to ARPA, as we all know, we received $32.4 million from the federal government for our ARPA programming. And I distributed a few minutes ago a report that will just generally capture where we are. The commission allocated $10 million of ARPA for revenue replacement, which also was utilized for ARPA programming. We have the $24.4 million that was identified as core ARPA that funded ARPA programming and projects for a total of the $34.4 million of ARPA allocation. To date, about $5.5 million has been expended out of the 32.4, which represents about 17%. Of that, still outstanding is approximately $19 million, which covers the non-encumbered not-for-profit programs that are not yet under contract, with those funds under contract encumbered. In addition to that, there are several projects that have not been expended, or no funds have been expended from them, and they include the East Side Urgent Care Center, the affordable housing allocation that was identified at $8 million, Gainesville for All, the Central Receiving Facility, the Community Land Trust, and the majority of the energy rehab money in terms of actually out of the door. With that totaling approximately $19 million, those are the dollars that are still on the table that obviously would need to be pushed out prior to the December 31, 2024 date for the program's end. With that, we will be submitting the 5th report to the federal government next Monday, October 31st for our ARPA program. We've submitted 5 reports to date. The first report was submitted back in August 31 of 2021. That was the first allocation of ARPA that we received. That required, of course, the submission of a quarterly report. Since that time, we've submitted 3 reports, and the 4th one will be submitted on Monday, this Monday coming the 31st, 2022. Cynthia Ramos is here. She's the ARPA administrator. She can highlight some of the ARPA programs, if you'd like, that are in the report that you have. I think probably the larger allocation, Cynthia, if you would step forward, includes the aid to the nonprofit organizations. I think we'd like to highlight that. Of course, we'll take any questions that you have regarding some of the other programs. But if you would just highlight that, Cynthia, along with some of the larger allocations, please.
Yes, Cynthia Ramos, Special Advisor to the City Manager. So specifically to the Aid to Nonprofit Organizations program, as of the end of the day yesterday, we have 25 of the 36 nonprofits under contract, which represents about 77.7% of that allocation. And we have reimbursed approximately $763,400. We have 3
$763,000.
Yes, $763,000. And we have 3 reimbursements pending, totaling about $200,000. So we're almost at that $1 million mark. The Eastside Urgent Care Center, the City Commission just approved the land use changes and the zoning changes on the October 20th City Commission meeting. So we're going to be working on finalizing the site plans and entering into a subrecipient agreement with UF Health Shands.
If I can ask, is that all? Because I'd like to add something relative to that.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Yvette Carter, has Director of Government Affairs and Community Relations, was in conversation with Ms. Keisha Butler. She's Dr. Keisha Butler, new dean over at University of Shands, not vice president, I believe her role is, at University of Florida Shands. And she said she'd been in conversation with Dr. Nelson. And they are looking at a preliminary date of January 23rd to have a joint meeting with the city and the community to kind of roll out what that plan is for the community around the healthcare and ancillary services around that site. They're looking at April 2023 for a groundbreaking and April of 24 for the actual opening of the center. So I wanted to put that in the mix as well.
Great.
The next big project that I'll talk about, unless you all want to identify another one, will be the CRP program. That program, we've ordered all of the equipment, the medicine, and we're getting the last few orders for machinery and equipment underway. For the Community Land Trust, staff is working to finalize the agreement, and we hope to bring that to the City Commission for their review at the November 17th City Commission meeting. And for utility debt forgiveness, we did allocate $250,000, and we have forgiven debt totaling $94,255 to 169 customers at GRU. For the nonprofit capacity building, to date, we have had 9 of those 23 organizations that didn't receive a large award participate in training and capacity building with the Community Foundation. And that sums it up.
Great, yeah, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the East Side Urgent Care Center, I too met with Gayleen McCaslin from Dr. Nelson's office. And I'm wondering if we could give some thought to providing a temporary space once at the GTech Center where we have space to the East Side Urgent Care Center team so that they would be able to continuously work with the community as they're building the facility. They're very interested in working with all of the neighborhood organizations so that they can communicate with them, get the word out, and have them already committed to the center. So I just throw that out to look at possibly just a space.
Yeah, if we have space, I mean, I have no objection to using it. So do you want to look into that and get back to the commission on what we need to do, if anything? We have unused space, that's not a problem.
Space.
Yeah.
We will highlight any other programs that the commission wants us to do at this time.
Anybody? Good.
So if you could, thank you, Mr. Mayor, if you could just, the energy rehab and utility debt forgiveness are, and I probably should have asked this earlier, but I'm troubled that, particularly for the utility debt forgiveness, that we're only at 25%. Knowing that there are a lot of people who need help, we're missing something somewhere. And I don't know where it is. I really have no idea how we work with that, but something's not working right there. And I don't know where that missing piece is, but I know that there are a lot of people who are having trouble paying their bill. And I know also that it has to be connected to COVID one way or another. But gosh, that's a lot of money to sit there unspent if people have needs. And I don't know what the issue is there. And again, the $1.9 million in energy rehab, I don't know where, because you're still reconciling with GRU on that. So I don't know what the...
So we do have a preliminary number of funds that have been expended out under energy rehab, and that's about $378,000. We just need to make sure that we reconcile that and it's all good to go. So that money is flowing out the door, and the program just really kicked off in May of this year. And I don't want to speak for GRU, so Mr. Cunningham.
No, go ahead, please.
But we have gotten an influx of applications since the program was expanded. And I do know that the GRU customer service team is continuously surveying customers to get attestations from them that they are having a hard time and that they need help. And that's how we've been able to get additional funding out the door, and they're still doing that as we speak.
So I'll just add, so there's a couple of things from the $250,000 that was referenced. I think we're getting close to half of that or more that has been expended. And what we're trying to do is survey the highest need customers. So we're not sending just a broad thing out there to everybody. We're looking at sort of the highest need customers, doing surveys with those attestation, and then doing that from a LEAP. I don't know if we got into the LEAP discussion. From the LEAP discussion, we have gotten a lot of folks kind of signed up. We had some constraints with contractors, like getting it executed, but we have a lot evaluated and in the queue and ready to go, and they're going. But as the contractor issue gets better, we'll be able to execute a lot more.
Okay, all right. Anything else from anybody? Okay, Madam Manager, just let us know if there's anything we need to do about GTech, if that needs to come back to us. If it doesn't, then just go forth and prosper.
If we need to come back, I will make sure that happens.
Great, perfect, yeah, love the suggestion. Okay, anything else? Anybody from the public want to speak to ARPA?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, good.
Mr. Mayor, so with these funds, do we have to show that when we report in our final report back to the federal government, do we have to show that the funds were allocated and spent, or are we looking just for allocation?
We're showing both. We're showing what we've allocated for a project, and then we're showing cash out of the door activity on those reports.
All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, is the question what we're reporting currently as it relates to our reports or in the end?
In the end is what I'm
Yes.
after.
In the end, it's the allocations and how the funding was spent, to which contractors, to which customers, and for certain projects, the level of detail, and cash out the door.
So I think, then my question is that if we have not, if we've allocated and they haven't spent, then what happens?
So we are
They haven't
monitoring.
spent the funds.
So we are monitoring how quickly we are spending the money, and I think at the end of this year, Ms. Curry, we probably should come back to the commission and say this is how we're tracking in terms of percentage of money out the door, and then give you all an update.
So we had a conversation yesterday at our ARPA staff meeting. We have a meeting where we talk to staff about how programs are working and how funds are being spent. And as we track, I will be coming back to the commission and saying, this is where we are. We may need to deobligate and reallocate so that we don't have to give the funds back at the end.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. If the funds are not, if they're allocated and not spent, can we retrieve the funds
Yes.
and reallocate them?
And
Yeah,
we have to encumber the funds by December 31st, 2024, so that would be a decision and analysis that the commission would have to make before that date.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to confirm, it's by the end of 2024, we have to, in essence, allocate it, say it has to be spent on this. The money doesn't have to go out, be spent out the door by then.
It needs to be encumbered.
Encumbered.
Encumbered,
And
yeah.
encumbered means we're saying we are spending it on
Per the-
whatever, buying pens or whatever, like.
Per the US Treasury, it's under contract. So
Under
it has to be
contract,
under
okay.
contract by
I
that
see,
date
I see.
to be
It
spent.
might not have arrived, but.
Okay, all right.
I see, I
And
just
then
don't want it
expended by
sitting
26,
there
right?
and,
That is correct.
yeah.
Okay, 2026 is when.
2026
Is
It
the
has to be
actual
spent, yes.
spent,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
So, yeah, I mean, good to have a periodic update, but I think probably a sense of urgency, the middle of, or beginning of '24, to say, hey, if people aren't moving on this, there's lots of other good ways
Yeah.
that could be spent.
Other people would like to receive the funds.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, anybody else? Wonderful, thank you for the update. Just loving the flow, y'all, I'm loving the flow. Now, next we have the GPD Quarterly update. Madam Manager? Chief Scott, welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. I have for you the third quarter statistics, and I'll try to go through this as quickly as possible.
We're doing fine, Chief, don't feel pressured.
Okay. So first slide, next slide, please.
Should be a mouse you can control.
Okay, the first slide we have here is just a summation of the third quarter crime statistics. You noticed under the violent crimes that we had 4 homicides, 33 rapes, 35 robberies, and 168 aggravated assaults, for a total of 240. When you look at the property crimes, you see a total of 1347. And so the grand total for that is 1587. Now that almost is meaningless unless you have something to compare it with, and the next slide will give you a comparison of it. The next slide is the year-to-date, and it reflects that if you check the total out, percentage change, you see that we're down a total of 7.73% in violent crimes. The areas that are most disconcerting are the homicide, which has an increase of 16.67, and rape has an increase of 3.82, but we have significant reductions in robberies and aggravated assaults. We also have a corresponding decrease in property crimes of 0.52%, and the total for the year is negative 1.06. This is only part of the story because this is just the statistics and this one matrix that we use to measure how we're doing. The other, which is more important, is really how do our citizens feel about what we're doing. And
So we utilize a little different methodology and try to make sure that we get into that later on with the community engagement. Gun-related statistics. You note here that from January to September 30th, we had 67 stolen firearms out of 42 conveyance burglaries. For the year, so far we have 166. So almost, I think it's about 40% of those occurred in that time period. Further down, you'll see that the number of firearms seized by law enforcement is 120 from July 1st to September 30th. 304 firearms have been seized since the start of the year. That's more than one a day. And also, I want to highlight, that means that we encountered those people 304 times, and through the grace of God, we haven't had any fire upon anyone or have any gunplay. But that's how many encounters that we had without actually having to resort to deadly force or having anyone use that against us.
Chief, can you pause for a question? Commissioner Sharkey?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. So if I'm reading this right, in one quarter, we've had like half of our incidents, almost half of our incidents for the year. Is there, so I'm asking, is speaking to Commissioner Santos' point earlier of like seeing years and trends, is it just, this is what happens in the summer? Or is there anything particular about this year, or is this just like, this is how summers work?
Yeah, I think typically in the summers when you have kids that are out of school and other activities, and yes, the summer is a higher level of violence or higher level of crime. That's why we try to guide some of our activities toward things like Operation Respect Yourself, and the Heat Wave Project is trying to keep them occupied so that they aren't involved in these type of incidents. But yes, you typically see an uptick in crime during the summers.
Thank you, Chief.
When does the
Good.
gun buyback occur?
Yes.
So we do a buyback?
Yes, and that's going to be covered later.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. We have the number of shots fired, and again, shots fired, we show 49 from July 1st through September 30th. Those are shots fired that we can verify. We get other calls about shots being fired, but if we can't find any verification of it, either shell casings or multiple witnesses that say, yes, I heard, or I saw people shooting, then we don't verify it. These are verified incidents that there were at least 49 that occurred during that time period. For the year, there was 118. Again, that's almost 40% just during that those summer months. The number of persons that were shot, 14 in that time period. One was self-inflicted, and for the year, we had 30, and 5 were self-inflicted. Again, I think you can see for that period of time that it was extremely volatile, and it kind of helps us guide toward our planning for next year and making sure that we have some activities and some preventative measures in place for the summer months. Homicides, we had 4 during that time period, 7 for the year. Okay. The next slide shows is a reflection of what the districts have prepared. The District 1 patrol operations, this is some of the highlights of what they've done. The student safety plan, we worked with UF in that and worked with FDOT off-campus life, UF Health and Wellness and Standard. And we have foot patrol, social media posts, sector focus, alcohol detail, traffic enforcement, and education, RAG classes, neighborhood walks, meet and greets. Again, this is really kind of focused around the students and trying to make sure that we keep them safe and help them be more prepared in dealing with the things they encounter in the city. The District 1 Crime Watches community meetings attended. This is just a list of those that they attend. Again, this is our community engagement. We want to make sure that we're communicating with our neighbors and helping, getting them to help us identify what the problems are and coming up with solutions for those problems. The ARPA details that we put into place in District 1, traffic details, violent offender focus, burglary suppression, and I-75 cleanup. I-75 cleanup has been a continuing effort, and it's not just ARPA, but it's regular duty officers, our homeless neighbors, we encounter them often, particularly at the interstates, and try to encourage them to take advantage of Grace and some of the services that they offer. Some of these folks just don't want to engage that, and they want to make the underpass their homes, and that's something that we've been dealing with and trying to get assistance from Grace and Mr. DeCarmo and his staff, who've been very cooperative in addressing some of these issues. But it's a continuing problem because it's not just a steady group of folks. There are folks that come in from all over that also want to make that their home, and we have issues with them in the medians as well. Additional safety measures, additional meetings with student safety with UPD, downtown coordination meeting, U.F. Health, and homeless services. The results of the ARPA details, 4 felony arrests, 2 of those were firearm arrests, 3 misdemeanor, 2 firearms seized, and various amounts of narcotics that was also seized, in addition to $6,000 in cash that was seized during the operations. This reflects the, again, patrol operations. You asked about the gun buy, Commissioner. This is the gun buy that was held in District 1. This is, it was at Williams Temple, and we want to thank Superintendent Feathers for his cooperation and allowing us to do that. We collected 70 firearms, 18 were handguns, 1 AR-15, 1 AK-47, and want to thank Williams Temple and the Church of God in Christ for their assistance in that event. We have another one scheduled for December, and that one will be at Upper Room Ministries Church up on Northeast 15th Street. Pastor Carl Anderson is helping us with that. District 2, again, the relations and constant calls about that. That has improved. It's not eliminated. We still have episodes where we have folks that take over that area, and we have to go out and deal with it. But overall, the complaints in that area have decreased dramatically. Community collaborations, Mothers of Man Action. We've had several events that we've attended with them and participated with them. Planning meetings regarding how to address gun violence and safety. We've been working with Sweetwater Square, which is the old Village Green area. And that area right now, we've been meeting with the security supervisor there. They have a community event plan, and we are partnering with them in some proactive activities to try to address some of the issues that are there. Additionally, we have these gentlemen here that were involved in criminal activity. This just kind of highlights, and I'll just kind of touch upon this quickly. These individuals were involved in a home invasion, and in that home invasion, we ended up being able to identify them and charge them with attempted homicide and shooting. There's a trio of folks, Antonio Bowers, DeQuan Howard, and the third person is Dennis Singleton Jr. And these individuals basically broke into, or the trio, they were detained and eventually arrested for loitering and prowling and firearm charges in the area of Point West Apartments. The trio had been placed on ankle monitors for initial charges, and the victim came forward advising that the same trio had committed a home invasion robbery in the same apartment in December 13th of 2021. We end up arresting those individuals afterwards, and that just kind of highlights that particular event there. We had another incident, that's an investigation that we're continuing to investigate. I need to borrow Mr. Hutchinson's glasses.
They didn't work.
It didn't work.
Give me just a minute to take this page. Okay, during the investigation at Point West.
Does this go?
No, it's this one.
Okay.
Thank you. During the investigation at Point West, the descriptions of the subjects were given out, and right now, we have those individuals, Howard Singleton, you see that they had bonds that were up to, one was 1.3 million, the other was 2.1 million, and they're at ASO DOJ right now. These individuals, we recovered masks, guns, gloves, and they apparently went out on a robbery spree, and they just continued their behavior until we were able to catch up with them. The drug task force had they ended up having a search of a common area bedroom belonging to 4 men. Wait, I think I'm on the wrong page here. Okay, this is in May of 2020. So in May of 2020, an early morning shootout at Cabana Beach Apartments. There were 3 gunmen involved. They forced their way into an apartment occupied by Montavious Jabot McKinney and Tremaine Fraser, Byron Jones, and Keldrick Bradley. GPD Patrol entered the apartment to conduct a safety sweep and observed the cash, drugs, guns, bullet casings sprung all over the area. After determining the shootout, we had the detectives come in and determine the home invasion had occurred, and we ended up that were associated with a large amount of illegal substances and cash. And as a result of this incident, we ended up finding $32,000 in cash, 28 pounds of marijuana and THC products, minor amounts of cocaine and other pharmaceuticals, and 2 firearms. We searched McKinnon's car and located, which was in the parking lot, and found a pound of MDMA and 43 THC cartridges and 2 scales. 2 months after the shooting, the Gainesville Drug Task Force arranged for a purchase from Mr. Frazier, who was now living at Rocky Point Apartments with McKinnon, Bradley, and a 4th individual, 26-year-old David Lee Gordon Jr. Searched the apartment. They found several months of investigation revealed $16,000 in cash, 2 handguns, 69 pounds of drugs, including 486 THC cartridges and 453 pre-roll marijuana cigarettes. While this is highlighted, we want to show you the nexus between guns and drugs. In both situations, we had large amounts of narcotics and we had firearms, and we were able to successfully take those. The 4 subjects involved in this ended up spending some time in jail. Just there's a photo of the items that we seized, everything from the cannabis to the other paraphernalia and narcotics that were located in that. And you see one gentleman posing with a firearm in his hand. The 4 subjects, one received 10 years in prison, Mr. McKinnon, and 5 years probation for racketeering and trafficking in narcotics. Tremaine Fraser received 7 years in prison, 5 years probation. Mr. Bradley, Keldrick Bradley, 2.5 years in prison, 5 years probation. David Lee Gordon, 5 years in prison, 5 years probation, and Mr. Byron Demetrius Jones, 2.5 years in prison and 5 years probation. one of the things that, tactics that we are going to be employing is the RICO statute. And with that statute, we're going to be reaching out to these folks that function as an entity or gang or an enterprise that's used to commit crimes and commit crimes in the furtherance of trying to come up with some type of funding or funds or dollars and or activity at all. Some of the shootings that we have are related to that type of activity, and we will be pursuing to the best of our abilities, trying to remove these folks from our community. The major traffic crashes is another area of concern. We've had 22 year-to-date fatalities in Gainesville. 22. That's disconcerting that I think last year we had 18. We have 20 that had serious bodily injury that didn't result in death this year, and last year I believe we had 15, I'm not positive on that. But the gist of this is that our neighbors are becoming more and more careless in the operation of the vehicles, and some of that, quite frankly, has to be laid at our feet, being able to get out and do more traffic enforcement, which we will endeavor to try to get more of it done. But I hate to throw up staffing out. The staffing is a reality for us, but we still have to get out and do something with the traffic enforcement. And the other part that we're doing, which we think will have an impact, is some education. Educating the folks about what's going on and how to minimize their exposure to those things. The GPD and Meridian Co-Respondence Program, this continues to pay dividends for us. You know, the calls for service 816, contacts 337, patrol assist 399, Baker Act 40, Baker on Markman Act, 27 voluntary transports. 26% of the people were homeless, 7% were veterans, and 4% were college students. Program really saves us quite a bit in the community, quite a bit, because we're able to provide some assistance to folks who sometimes are having mental health crises, even if it means just transporting them to a different location, to a mental health facility to get some assistance. So that's something that's been paying dividends for us. That's a graphical breakdown of the pre-arrest diversion program. In the pre-arrest diversion program, we had 9 total, and we had 4, you see these are really generated from stores, and that was primarily theft. There were 9 thefts, and we used the pre-arrest program to deal with those. The Jenny Project is something that's taken off, and we've had a couple of sessions, events that we participate in. We participate with one of the local 2 Fiesta radio station, and we have officers that regularly go into the show, I think every Thursday morning, and our Spanish-speaking officers take questions from the host and provide information to the community. In addition to that, you know, we've had 2 Spanish public service announcements that we put out, and we're working with the rest of general government implementation of translation services for signage and documents, which are created by CI Kearney. The Neighborhood Policing Initiative, this is an initiative that's continuing. We're ending, coming up to the end of this, because we've just about trained all of our folks. We have engaged, continue to engage neighbors and the police officers in how to identify problems in the community and developing action plans and how to implement those, and really try to share some ownership and try to come up with solutions for these issues that we have. We get some interesting conversations in these meetings. It also gives our neighbors the chance to ask questions that they may have about what we do and why we do it. And we also have a chance to ask them about some things about what they they would like to see us do and how they would like to see us handle certain things in their neighborhoods. Youth services, this is the last time we have youth services in our quarterly report. Chief Jones will be reporting on this independently, but they were still part of us for that last, the third quarter. And again, that's the crime prevention component, which, you know, assists with Pine Ridge neighborhood reactivation and Community First neighborhood designations. The BOW program suffered some significant losses as far as staffing. They're supplying their personnel, and one member is scheduled of the program is scheduled to graduate from the Knoxville College this quarter. Riker House Youth Academy, again, they started the fall semester. They've been dealing with teaching academics and life skills and dealing with gun violence and prevention with the youth there. And we endeavor to continue to work with them and make sure that we can keep those kids out of trouble as best we can. GPD Cadet Program, the good news with that is that we hope to have that up and taking applications in November. We've been working with Santa Fe College as well as with GFR and GRU and the Career Source Center. We have an MOU, I think, is making it through the roles to be signed, through the different locations to be signed. We have a meeting, I think, on 31st to finalize some of the curriculums and the path. We're working with Mr. Hightower at Santa Fe College, who's working exclusively with us to try to coordinate this and make sure that they can meet the needs that we have as far as instruction for our personnel and our applicants. GPD Explorer Program and GPA, they've had a couple of sessions that they ran over the summer, very well attended. The kids were really excited about it and learned a lot about what police and really fire as well, because we partnered in that, and it was a very productive summer for those youth. We gave you a report on the noise violations. This sheet covers, you know, vehicles here and locations. This is on the city ordinance. So these are things that we charge under the city ordinance. And we've taken a little different tack in that when we deal with these folks who are parking at different locations, businesses around town, we not only cite them, but we're citing the business, because the business is allowing it to occur. And so we figured if we deal with the business, then they might change some of their practices. And we've gotten some response from that already, so some of you may be hearing about that sooner or later, but we've already dealt with a couple of folks about it. And again, we're looking at problem locations and not typically dealing with people with first-time offenses. You know that we had a total of 16, and then as far as those were vehicles and at locations, we had 28. And again, we're dealing with these folks. Some of these locations are going to be parties and things along those lines, but some of these are also going to be businesses.
Chief, you pause for a question, please.
Yes.
Quick question, Chief. So I know that the way that we wrote our ordinance on noise, that we statutorily require a warning, but you have to check to see if someone's been given a warning, and usually have to like run a license for the car. How's that working out?
If it's posted, which some businesses actually post it, but you know, we give the warning, then you know, some of these folks most of them are repeat offenders. And you know, like I know the university area, context area, we get complaints of repeat. I mean, one woman that complained about a weekly concert that's been held in the backyard, and so we had to navigate that and deal with that and try to address that. So we give the warnings, and the warnings, it'll work for us. When we come back, we take a different approach. But yeah, you know, it would be easy if we didn't have to, but quite frankly, as far as fairness, we need to get the warning.
I meant more about vehicles than locations, because you know the location, like the house hasn't changed, it's still this house. But if you, and you know, I've gone to this house, it's the blue house, I've gone to the house 5
Yeah.
times this month. But a vehicle, because we get people coming in and out, you don't know
Yeah.
if you've given them a warning, how do you know, what do you have to do?
And quite frankly, if we give them a warning, we log it into the system, and if we encounter them again, we check the name. If the name comes back, then we know.
So you
that
have to
they've
like
been
get their
issued.
info, go to your car, open
Yes.
up the laptop, check through,
Yes.
and then they might be gone by then?
Yes. And that's for people that are stationary. Now, if they're driving around because of the change in the state statute, we don't need any of that. We can just simply stop them and issue them. a
But for any like party, if you find a vehicle, you still have to go through all the motions?
Yes.
Because it's in statute that we require?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'd actually encountered part of that, and I saw that it's not the most efficient way. I was wondering if we could look at removing that part from the ordinance. Our officers are pretty consistent on giving warnings and trying to avoid paperwork and court time for everyone. And I'd like to trust that they have good discretionary judgment. But I saw that work out live, that I might be in the crowd trying to ticket people who set up this block party, but I have to keep going back to my car or carry the laptop, and I only have 2 hands. I need 2 of them to write something. And it's just not, it's not good, and it's not safe for our officers from what I observed. But if the commission's willing to kind of look at removing the warning from the ordinance, our folks can still do warnings. They do it all the time without it being required by an ordinance or statute. But it's really making it slow to address a lot of noise issues. So I wasn't, that'll be an ask at the end if that percolate.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, the map is just a graphical representation of where these noise ordinances violations are occurring. And you can see a lot of this is Center City, around the University of Florida area. That's where downtown area. This is the number of citations that were issued under the new revised state statute for car stereo violations. You see we had a total of 22. We had a really heavy month in August, and then people seem to have gotten the message and slowed down. We still hear it, and we still have violations, but not at the level that even the officers noted that they don't hear it at the level that they have been hearing previously. And some of our neighbors have also given us that same information. And I believe that concludes any questions for me.
Any other questions for the chief? Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one more question. I think when you get before the district thing, I think it'd be good to have a map of the districts so we know kind of where those district lines are.
I got you.
Second, on the traffic crashes and serious injuries and deaths, I think that would also be good to kind of have some trend lines over the years, or years, to kind of see where are we trending up, are we trending down, and not just kind of just that quarter. I think it'd be easier for us to be able to see from a policy side. And the third one is on violent crime being down. I think we need to get that information. You saw the perception, but the perception out there is that violent crime is up and rampant, and that's the issue. Okay, people are saying that across the country, but you look at the actual numbers and they're down. I do think we should try to get that information out there that violent crime is down in our community, because a lot of it is the information we put out there too. I know a lot of the information put out there that there's issues happening and things like that, but I think we should also talk about when crime comes down as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
I have a couple of questions that actually are not a part of this presentation. So, mental health days for officers, is that something that we currently do? And I don't know if that is something that Human Resources would have to answer, or Chief, maybe you know. Is there currently a mechanism built in where specifically mental health days?
No,
officers are?
No, they're not officially, but we are tasked with making sure that our officers, before they hit the road, are in the correct state of mind. And if we don't think that they are, we remove them from the road. And we can do that, as a day or two, or if we have serious concerns, we refer them for a fitness to duty. And that way we have a professional evaluate whether or not they're fit to be working at that time. And that could be something physical or it could be something mental.
If an officer themselves has, right, if they initiated on their own, if they have experienced, the work that you do is not easy.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to encounter on any given day at any given moment. And I'm just curious, if an officer initiates or desires to take a day that is not a quote-unquote sick day, is that mechanism currently built in for you all?
They can take a day, but they're going to be charged a sick day. They can take a day and say, some officers say, I need a break. And they may come in and take a break. Or a supervisor might note something and say, okay, I'm going to reassign you to the front desk, or why don't you go home? But they're going to charge them that time. They don't have, there's not a bank of hours that we could use for wellness, so to speak, other than the regular sick time.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I don't recall seeing anything in the presentation, and please excuse me if I missed it, about the interrupters.
Yeah, the interrupters are, we stood them down in part at one point because we wanted to get their policy manual in place, and so they were operating at a lower level. We want to make sure that we have certain guidelines in place because interrupters in other locations throughout the country have had some problems. A couple of them resulting in death. So we want to make sure that when they operate, they do it in the safest manner. And so the policy manual was being put together, and we put them on hold until we did that. Now, that's traveled over with Chief Jones, but I'm pretty sure he had the manual in place or concluded that, and he was sending those interrupters back out to engage the public.
I can follow up.
Okay, thank you very much. With regards to how we assist our neighbors and residents who are dealing with mental health issues, I have a couple of questions on that. The Baker Act diversion, what is GPD's role in that?
So a person commits a crime, and as opposed to sending them to jail, we determined that there's a Baker Act that would be more appropriate, and we divert them to the Baker Act, quite frankly. The other side of that is we have folks who will call us to say, I'm not feeling well. I'm having some issues. I need some help. I want to go to this store, or I want to go to this location. And we provide that assistance for them.
How does that happen?
They call that, just
They
like
call you
they're going to call for service, or they may walk up to an officer. That happens downtown. We had a gentleman not too long ago that was walking out in traffic, wanted to die, and you have folks that like that, and people call us in, and we get there, and they just say, I don't have a reason to live, I want this, and we provide that assistance the best we can.
Do they have to say a specific thing that triggers you to actually implement that?
Well, for Baker Act, you have to be a danger to yourself or to someone else. So if you express a willingness to harm yourself or to harm someone else, then we can implement a Baker Act. Or a hospital may do it if they believe that you're making a decision that would be harmful for yourself. A doctor can do that as well.
But as far as GPD is concerned, if someone says, I am not feeling well, or if a family member says that, you all can do it?
If they say they want to harm themselves or harm somebody else, absolutely.
They present as a danger to themselves.
A danger to themselves or a danger to someone else.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. So I want to ask a couple of other questions, and this might take just a little time, just because I want to make sure that we are able to equip you all with everything you need to be able to provide safety to the citizens, okay? I will be very candid in saying that I am concerned for our ability to respond to calls in a timely fashion. And I want to know if the Gainesville Police Department needs assistance, and if so, what you envision that assistance as being. Because it has recently been brought to my attention that we've had a couple of situations where a considerable amount of time has lapsed in responding to violent crime. And that's concerning to me. So if there is something that you need, I'd like for you to bring that to our attention now, so that if there's something we can do at the policy level, et cetera, to assist you, we want to figure that out.
Well, two things. One, and we're going to keep beating this drum until we get it down, staffing is always an issue. But the way our protocol is set up is that there's a life-threatening event. We preserve life. That's our number one priority, preservation of life. So if we have a situation where a person's life is in danger, other calls will be dropped and we will go to that call. It is important, and I have some dealings with, I think, the call that you're talking about. It's important that when a person is in need, immediate need of assistance, that they clearly state to the dispatcher, which we don't dispatch, we're dispatched by the Combined Communications Center for Alachua County. They have a protocol that they go through, and they prioritize calls based on those questions that they ask folks. If you indicate that the threat has left, then that knocks the priority down. And if you call and say, somebody's breaking into my house or somebody's attacking me, that's a priority one call. We're coming. If there's a burglary that occurred and we need to, we're taking a report, we need to tell that person, okay, we'll be back. We jump in the car and we leave, and we go to the person that has a life-threatening event. If you say anything that changes that priority, it will knock that priority down, and then it's not perceived as being an immediate need. So if you say, I don't need EMS, or that the people that were involved in this have left the scene, then the priority changes. And the people who are doing this, quite frankly, are the Combined Communications Center, and that's before it ever gets to GPD. If they have a situation where there are no units available, and there is a situation where somebody's being attacked or their life is in danger, they are supposed to notify the shift commander, and the shift commander makes a determination, I need to have this officer leave that call and go here. Or they will take upon themselves and say, I need you to scratch that call and go to this based on the priority system. But there's a priority system that's there, and maybe that would help. And I've had to have some educational moments with a couple of folks just to tell them, quite frankly, if you need us there, even if you and you think you might be injured, don't cancel. And let us get there, and it's better that we respond and not be needed than to be needed and not respond in a timely manner.
On that point, thank you. You can, sure. Thank you. I'm wondering then if this is something you can share with the neighborhood crime watch organizations, a priority, and what happens with calls.
Yeah, I think this kind of highlights the need that, and I know we're working with the one entity to provide that training to their staff. We've already presented that to some of their staff, but we're working with that entity to get with other locations. But the key is really what you communicate. I mean, you have to remember that you're talking to a person on the line who does not know exactly what's going on, so they listen, and they have this list of questions that they're going to ask you. And the way you answer those questions determine how they prioritize it, and then how they give it to us. We're not on the phone talking to you. We get it from the dispatcher, gets it from you, and just like if you say one thing to another person going down the line, by the time it gets to the end, it's not quite what it was. And so we just have to make sure that we communicate to our public. If you need us, and there's someone that's there posing a threat to your well-being, you need to say that. You need to say that, and don't say, I think they're gone, I'm not sure, I think they're still here. I mean, you know, I don't want people lying, but I want them to be able to relate to us their concern for their well-being.
Thank you, Chief. I do want to say this, and then I'll move on. I have some concerns with that because people can be in a myriad positions. Someone could literally be in a hostage-type situation where they cannot convey to you, because of the safety issue, exactly what's going on. And so I hear you in saying there was a dispatch situation. I'm going to be concerned with how we mitigate that without putting as much responsibility on the caller. Because when we are children, we are taught that when we dial 911, that's the emergency call number. And that in most instances, someone will be responded to. Okay? And actually, we're taught that you will come. I've always heard for the last several months since I've been in this seat, the concerns in terms of staffing. I hear you with that. However, what I will say is, for anyone who is not on a staff that you go and present to, for any regular person who picks up a phone and dials 911, they are expecting that they're calling the emergency number or the number where police or emergency help will just immediately respond. And so I want to work with us in terms of finding ways to make sure that we can do that in a timely fashion, because hours cannot go by before people are responded to.
And we track our response times, and our response times, I think, for priority 1 calls, I believe it's 6 minutes or something to that effect.
Okay.
And, you know, we can give you a copy of that report. Again, it's the way it's prioritized and making sure that our neighbors communicate that effectively to the dispatch center. Now, is staffing an issue? Yes. But staffing is an issue for agencies throughout the country. We can't lie and sit back on that. It may be people coming to you complaining about having to wait for 2 hours or 3 hours for us to take a burglary report. Okay, that's a property crime, but when we deal with person crimes, it's a little bit different. You know, we prioritize those at a higher level.
In response, Commissioner, and I know there's a particular situation we're really not dealing with directly, and I won't either, but I will say to you that as a result of that situation, not only has Chief Scott, Chief Jones, and Chief Jones's staff met to personally, it's per time, and so I understand that. You all may not. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. So back to that. We have met and we have been interfacing with the staff folk who were impacted by the situation and the gap of time, and we continue to work on it. Chief Jones, John Alexander, Chief Scott, his staff, we're focusing on how to address that with the Sheriff's Office where the Combined Communications Center is housed, and the fact that this was too big of a gap of time for us to ignore, and we have to address it, even minimally from an information sharing point of view, not only in that particular location, but all of the locations around the city.
Thank you, Madam Curry. Thank you, Chief. DCF and how Gainesville Police Department interfaces with them. The reason I'm asking that is because I've gotten literally 2 phone calls in the last 2 weeks from constituents who are concerned about that interface, meaning one situation in particular that I can show you text messages and want you to see them because I think it will be helpful, as well as pictures from a mother who was dealing with a son who had posed a threat to her and her children, had lit the walls on fire, had brandished knives, and told them that he was going to kill them.
Okay.
GPD responded. She asked for 2 things. She asked for mental health, but she also asked for her son to be taken into custody. It sounded as though, and if you all choose to follow this up with her, that would be wonderful so you can get clarity on this. Someone was reached out to through your mental health process, but I guess due to high demand, they weren't able to respond. GPD did come out, but somehow the young man was told that he could destroy the property. I'm sure you'll look into it.
By GPD?
Right. That they would not take him. I'm simply telling you this because DCF got involved at a certain point.
Yeah.
And that unfolded into something else, okay? But we have, and there were two separate situations that I really hope you'll take a look into. We have families who find themselves in crisis and DCF gets called out. Some of them want DCF to come, but some of them are trying to resolve their situations and don't have situations that necessitate DCF coming on board. So I'm really curious and concerned about how we get brought to the table, how DCF interfaces with GPD, and how we can make sure that we not only keep our neighbors safe, but also that we are keeping families intact. That level of safety be concerned as well. And I can speak to you in greater detail and give you phone numbers if you want to, for you to follow that up.
Yeah, I'd like to get that information so we can follow up with it. And it concerns me that someone's trying to light the wall on fire
I have the pictures.
and we don't take them with us or take them to
And the knives in his hand.
Okay.
That's on my phone.
All right.
This is a concerned mother.
I'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
How old is the child?
I want to say 13, very young.
Okay.
And a sibling group of about 3 more children who are afraid to go to sleep in the house now.
Okay. Yeah, if you could send me that today.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'll give it to you right after this meeting.
All right, thank you.
And I'll go ahead and wrap up my comments with just a real serious desire to see us do what we said we were going to do in terms of the parking enforcement on 8th Avenue. I'm not interested in over-policing any neighborhood, but I did make a brief mention to the city manager in light of whatever it is you all got. I'm just going to be candid here. I've been asking for this for 17 months since I've been in the seat. And my constituents have been asking for it before I got here. It's a major concern. So at the end of the day, it needs to happen because it's a safety hazard. If there's a reason that it is not happening at GPD, I have asked that there be some physical mechanism put in place, whether it is a vertical delineator, whether it is some sort of barricade, because we have a brand-new facility that children are walking across the street and families, etc., and cars are parked on the streets and people cannot see. And cars are driving down the road and doors are opening onto 8th Avenue and people are having to swing into oncoming traffic. And that needs to stop.
I know that was something that was referred initially to parking enforcement.
And then it came back to you.
That's not something we generally do, but we have been doing increased patrols in that area, and I know our folks have been doing some enforcement in that area. But I will get a report of what those efforts have been.
You can, and then we're going to address it. Thank you, because I think ultimately what the situation is going to be, because we've been here for a long time, is that it just needs to not be that. Exactly. It needs to just be something that makes it impossible to do. There's adequate parking on the side where it would be safe for people to access the store or anything else that.
We've been given instruction to meet with mobility and the powers to be and to do something.
I met with the chief this morning,
And we'll address it.
I'm hoping this is the last time you have to bring this up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chief. Anybody else have anything for GPD? Good.
Do you mind if I make a motion to at least look back at what removing the warning from the ordinance outright would look like?
Go ahead. So before we get to the attorney, so if it were referred now, first and second reading would not be until the new commission takes office. And so without having discussion with the new commissioners and knowing whether it's something they support, I would just, so we can refer it and the attorney could prepare an amended ordinance, but I would wait to bring it back.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, to the new commission and the GPC to have a discussion about it, to make sure it's what they all want to move forward with. Because there's no way we can get 2 readings at this point. Dan, you wanted to?
Mr. Mayor, and we can talk later also, Mr. Mayor, or any commissioners, but I think our ordinance, and I used to be involved in this, is patterned after the statute. And under Chapter 162, these are simple citations that are given for noise violation concerns. There is a requirement under, I think it's still there, I'm looking at it right now, under 162, 2.1, requiring that prior to issuing a citation, the code officer for which police would be included under enforcing the code shall provide notice to the person in a reasonable time to come into compliance. The issue would be whether or not the violation is irreparable or irreversible. Historically, even though you can't unring that bell, noise is determined to be irreversible. It's a noise problem, not a noise incident necessarily. So that's why the ordinance is drafted the way it is, to effort to
We can
comply
talk
with
later.
statutes. But if there's another way to do it, we'll try to look into that as well.
We'll just chat.
Okay, sounds good. Members of the public wish to speak to the GPD item? Bless you. Okay, on to our next quarterly update then, GFR. Chief Dixon, welcome. I'm sorry, did you want to talk, Mr. Willard? Come on up.
I'm so sorry. Did you retention and turnover report, same thing for GRU?
Well, I've asked for each one, but nobody came up. But if you want to speak to the GPD report, you're more than welcome.
To the report, not just GPD.
Well, we're on GPD right now, so if you want to speak to that quarterly report, you're welcome to. And then if you want to speak to any of the others following, then I'll invite you up as well.
Sure.
Okay, there's your clock right there like it is upstairs.
Gary Neal, Walter Willard, Philip Bice. We need a particular report, Mr. Mayor, turnover because we showed some interest in the GPD to amendment number 3. We showed some interest in, we tried to show some interest in military veterans to the exclusion of military veterans. Now just because we show some interest in them and exclude ourselves from Amendment 3, which is military veteran. If you notice, it doesn't mention the Act will lower them exemption for military veterans or any other kind of retirees. That's probably because we have a Federal Housing Administration loan value up to $750,000. I'm assuming that's why they excluded them. Okay. So I vote for that because we want to keep them at home. We want to keep them in Gainesville. I guarantee you, all of them not going to turn home like Chief Scott and cadets. They was to call police officers. They're not going to turn home like the chief. Either one of them. I guarantee you, I told you. And just because we show interest in them, don't mean that they're going to return. Don't mean that it's going to pass. Just because I vote yes, exclude myself for them in hopes of that they will stay at home and we're in Gainesville. Not stay afloat in Gainesville. Because we the one got the low per capita income, have trouble retaining police, fire, teachers, paramedics. You know what's on the amendment. We the one that have trouble, right? So we need to work him. Just because it passed doesn't mean they're going to stay in the state either, or the city. No, they can still go to another state or city and leave their proxies here in Gainesville, taking care of their exemption. So they got to return, they got to stay at home in order for this thing to work out. Not just us voting yes and passing it. If they don't return home, it's not, the circuit is not going to be completed. And I hope it don't pay. If they don't return home. Now same thing. Chief said he didn't have to. He didn't have to. I don't know because you didn't request it. But we want the same thing from Gainesville Fire Rescue. We want they turn over the retention policy too. Now you can see why.
Right on. Thank you, Mr. Willard. Appreciate it.
Number 3.
Thank you. All right, Chief Dixon, I think we're ready for you.
Thank you for your service, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. And if I may, being a proponent of CISM, critical incident stress management, as well as a past presenter for post-traumatic stress syndrome, and your concern with public safety. I know you were talking to police, but fire, the highest instances of suicide in workers is going. If you look at statistics, you're going to see police, you're going to see paramedics, you're going to see members of our military often. And one of the things that in the fire department that we typically in our industry we do is we have training at what they call the awareness level, the operations level, and then the technical level. And what that means is that everybody should be able to identify some of the early signs. When I was on shift for 24 hours at a time, I see some people, members of my shift, more than their family sees them. So I'm sure in the same case, that he's actually gone, but the members on the police force, which I assume Chief Scott was saying, is that we should recognize sign. And what used to happen in the past is that I would ask you, Cynthia, how you doing? And what they're going to say, I'm fine. But you always know that this is not, they remove themselves, they're not acting the way they should, and that compels me from the awareness level to go to somebody else with a higher level of training. And it's because I care about you, because they typically going to say I'm good, and then to start moving it forward. So that's something that I talked to Mr. Feldman about resources. Certainly we're doing better because with staffing shortages, that's one of the things that I've had people that I had to, because I saw them. I went to a station one day, stopped in, and I saw the same person, and they were working basically 96 hours straight. Now, and they do get to sleep, but you're not guaranteed the opportunity to get to sleep. So that my concern is we have to put checks and balances because the stress that come on you from just being on the job for that particular time, as well as from what we see often, which could be difficult, is something that we are concerned. But I do thank you for speaking on that. So with that, also, Commissioner, you asked about the map last time. I've sent that to Ms. One of the issues about the maps is that we can do a static one, so to have the districts and then everything else in it, and I've passed it on to the city manager, without having the ability to do the delayering, which will come, you would need a GIS license. We met with GRU, Mr. Chu from GRU, and that's what they would have to do. So we can give you a static one, but it just looks like all these colors, once they come together, it is tough to see. But I've passed that on. So anyway, thank you, glad to be here to give you an update. And always, at some point in here, you're going to see some consistency. One of them is the SWAT, where we talk about our personnel, those personnel that have been with us from 5 to 15 years, because we still have in danger, as the gentleman talked about, there is some retention issues that we have. My concern is that we had been training people, and I'm going to say had because I'm going to believe that is in the past. Training people that come here from other departments, from other cities, municipalities, just for an opportunity to get a job with the intention of eventually going back to wherever that might be. But with the non-cert program that thankfully the city has allowed us to reinstitute, and hopefully with the addition of the cadet program, we're going to be able to hire people that live in the city of Gainesville, and we have hired people. You saw that in one of my previous presentations. You'll see that later in the day that live here, and if they already live here, they're going to stay here. So that's a benefit because that strengthens our tax base. That also it means that we're not training the same position or for the same position over and over again. Of course, our weaknesses are going to be our reserve capacity, and that's people and equipment, because the city of Gainesville is continuing to grow. It's growing up and it's growing out. And certainly we need to be able to provide the personnel with the resources they need to do the job at the expected level of excellence that we want to see. Opportunities, when we talk about the master plan, because one of the biggest opportunities is that people look at the number and they say, whoa, that's a big number, how can we do that? It's not all at one time, but we have the opportunity with the surtax, with partnerships, innovative thinking, perhaps the use of the fire tax, along with whatever other options there are, to make sure that we put a plan forward that would help us at least to take you got to take the first bite in moving toward improving the infrastructure for not just Gainesville Fire and Rescue, because it's a city responsibility, it's part of governance, but to make sure that we're able, the men and women that are out there every day, have what they need again. And the threats, of course, the facility, staffing, retention, the city expansion. Gainesville Fire and Rescue is constantly adapting. We call it's a misnomer to just say we're a fire department, because we do, and we excel at everything that we do, everything that we're given. We have moved toward mobile integrated health. With your blessing, we got the additional $1 million from ARPA and the 2 additional ambulances. What that means is that the underserved population, that we're able to take the diagnosis to them, wherever they may be, because we have these transport units that are going to be able to go out when they arrive. We have one now, but are going to be able to go out in the community, so that expands our services there. We have into the out-of-hospital environment. We have statewide deployment capability, meaning we just came back from with the devastation of Ian in Southwest Florida. We sent 8 personnel as part of Florida Task Force 8 and an additional inspector to go down there and provide assistance to those communities, and they were glad to do so. It also caused the personnel that were left behind, their families, we always want to remember and think of them. As far as homelessness, so we continue to conduct the weekly meetings, and that has been, I'm in a facilitator role, but we have made, working with the county, working with agencies within the city and inward facing and outward facing, we've made a difference. There are some of the things, some of the people that you would see on 23rd and 13th, the Wood U. These people are no longer there, and it took the efforts of every agency. There's still some ongoing things that happen, but when it comes in, we're developing an algorithm. That algorithm is going to help us, so everybody knows that when we encounter this is what we're going to do. So it's no question. We're trying to move that forward. As far as community health, we now have a health director. I am certainly hopeful that when we talk about mental health, that is going to be a discussion. That is going to be the place where that starts from after the commission. It's going to be with that community health director, because that is her role, inward facing and outward facing health, to make sure that yes, there's a component within GPD, there's a component within GFR, there's a component, but it all, if we have a community health director, that's what that position should be charged with, in my opinion. But that's what that position, because it's a community health director. So we, Mrs. Stone, which I assume all of you are familiar with, is coming in. She's doing her assessment, and she's going to make sure she comes back along with implementing the CHIP, the Community Health Improvement Plan, and making sure that she brings that back to you, and everybody understand how some of these things and some of the resources that may be needed by over here and here may be able to be shared, and we can do a better job of facilitating that. And lastly on this page, community first. We continue with that. It started with Portis, I believe the first and the best. We laid a fine example, and we continue to work with the Portis community, and this continues to happen throughout the city. Just recently, some of the things that the Gainesville Fire and Rescue has been involved in, just in community. The safety Halloween event at Safety City was great. We had Government Week last week, where we went out and had all the students come through in a big gator bus, as well as I want to say to Commissioner Sacco, our tech Molly, the town hall. I didn't know the impact that would have. She was just so proud to have gone and to do that. So ma'am?
She was great.
Oh yes, but she appreciated the opportunity, and you could tell when she came back and her excitement with that. So these are a lot of things that are going on that we continue to be out. So it's about, you talk about the number of calls, key response indicators, the time the call comes in, the time that our people take to get out, and then the time it takes them to get there. It is pretty consistent that right now we are meeting and or exceeding the standard on a consistent basis. And that's because our stations are strategically located at positions that allow them to do so. Again, when you look at what we do and you look at the number of calls that we run, right now we're 16,000, as of October the 1st, it was 16,767,000 calls. That is an average of 1,863 a month, which would put us at approximately 22,356 per year. This is likely to be higher because we're now entering to the winter and the holiday months, which the call volume typically go up. But that would put us, last year we were at 19,000 incidents and 25,000 total unit responses. So it's projected again to be 22,000 incidents and approximately 30,000 unit responses. So our calls for service are not going down, but you can see the vast majority of them, and this is nationwide, are related to EMS. And we do have, as I will always state, a department where our personnel are highly trained. They're trained to the advanced life support level, and that gives our people, our neighbors, the best chance. This is just the breakdown of where the calls are. Again, District 1, if you look down the bottom, that's, you add the numbers together, 11,000 calls across District 1, and same thing with District 2. Most of our calls, as we talked about every time, are very most likely going to be in District 1. And this chart, you'll see this over and over again. This is my stickler, because this is when we put 17 people on a house fire. That is half of the force that we typically have, approximately half of the force that we have on duty. But if it's anything larger than a 2,000 square foot home, we need more people, and that greatly reduces the reserve capacity that we have to protect the city. What this shows, and I'm sorry the number, but to get it all on there, but this shows where we respond to. We respond to unincorporated areas of Alachua County, of course, Archer, Hawthorne, High Springs, La Crosse, Micanopy, Newberry, the University of Florida. We haven't had any Waldo, but these are all the places where primarily we respond, and primarily it's going to be other than the city of Gainesville, the unincorporated areas of Alachua County and the University of Florida. There is an underlying threat associated with, in my professional opinion, associated with annexation that we just have to make sure we address on the front end to make sure that we're prepared to meet the need. And then as we move into our various divisions, risk reduction, this is what they do. And part of the reason that we don't have a fire problem here in the city of Gainesville is because of risk reduction. They don't always get their flowers, but because of education, engineering, and enforcement, they do their job on the front end to keep our buildings safe and our people safe when they enter in and out of the buildings. Right now, I'm dealing with just like the commissioner is talking about a customer, I'm dealing with a customer that is asking us to kind of, hey, I know all these people, and can you help me out? And I don't compromise. I don't ask my fire marshal to compromise, because once you compromise, you are compromised. You don't give in to that, and that I will be the one standing in front of that. So we have a great fire marshal, and they do a great job in keeping us safe. The number of fire investigation, they go out, they do public education activities as well. That's under his division. Make sure they have a high degree. We check the neighbor contacts. I expect that to increase annually, as well as the free smoke alarms installed and car seats. We make sure we keep that available for our neighbors. Training, the training that our personnel undergo is required approximately 300 hours per year per member, and then we have a training beyond that, but we make sure we focus on keeping their required certifications for advanced life support and hazmat, certain technical rescue, pediatric life support, and every other type of training. And one of the additional things that have, because we're focusing on, when I came here and I started seeing there was no policy for high rise, and now we have a policy, and they've been doing training because we have to be prepared for whatever threat there is. But those are the number of hours that we typically expect. Grace, this just shows, because Grace is a place where our homeless, and they're currently, we're working with Grace because they have a growing component of individuals that we're hoping that it doesn't turn into another Dignity Village, but we're trying to address it. And some of that is working with the National Guard. So we're hoping by the end of the year we're going to have the signage up. There's also a fencing issue, and we have noticed that in the recent months, and someone talked about during the summer months, you can see just in the middle there from May to August, the calls went up and they became more violent. So that's something that we're keeping the instances of violent calls became more prevalent.
Chief, can you please pause for a question?
Sir, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. So I appreciate the information on Grace, and I know that you just said that in the summer is when some of the calls became just more violent, but response to more violence.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be possible in the future to, or if you know now, to kind of break down what those calls were? Were they more EMS? Were there a tent caught fire? Were they?
So the call, when I say mobile, the ones I'm responsible, I'm talking about assaults, and even one that was it resulted in a deceased individual. So that comes out, and I get that information. GPD actually places a report out every Monday. So we can, certainly add you to that list so I can compile. Ma'am?
I'll take the information, that's fine. It was
Yes.
more for like future quarterly reports?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
To
Okay,
kind
I
of
get it.
break it down where you show me there's 100 calls, but
Yes, ma'am.
what were they?
Copy. Yes, ma'am.
That's what I meant, but I'd love to be attached to anything that gives me more info.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And again, this is just over the course of, since, this has been monitored since 2014, there was 11,000 calls there, and this is just showing from the year-to-date, again, the trending just lines that we keep to see what we're doing at Grace. And on the radar, and I use this radar because we just recently, we're all constantly monitoring the radar, but is respond to well-being. As Commissioner Duncan Walker just talked about, I'm always concerned about our personnel and concerned about their health, what you see, and also what's under the surface. Facilities, and that continuous hours of work is kind of what I was talking about, that I addressed to make sure that it was incumbent upon our officers to make sure they track that better. Fleet replacement, capital improvement planning, our service enhancement, which includes water rescue, the ability to address the city's expansion up and out. And make sure this works. Oh yeah, I don't know if I can, it doesn't show up on the TV. But if you look at the map, of course everybody's familiar with that the city is annexing to the west of I-75. You see the little, it looks like little bubbles that you all have in your backup. And those areas are commercial areas. As we expand over there, and you also look at those large green dots, the larger green dots that are on there, that represents our county stations. And then you're probably all familiar, I'm gonna just point up here just to make sure, this red dot here, that is our Butler, our Station 9 in Butler Plaza. So right now, that single unit is responsible for all that area that we're annexing and potentially annexing, which is commercial area, which is going to put additional stress because the call volume is already at a point of saturation. And we are never, and when you think about the AAA is in danger of being flipped. Right now, it's a little over $1,000 a call that the county either pays us when we go into the county or we pay the county. So as we annex more area, and the county, if they were to come into the city, we're looking at about $1 million flip. The other thing that we can't control with those units is they don't have to be available. They could be pulled out of that area for training, and which could cause us an additional problem. The other issue for annexation impacts, and it's more longer term because that is happening more quickly, what I just talked about. But we looked at the Wirehouser project, and just the planning to make sure that as services, as we plan for services, we're planning for services that will meet the future needs as well. So, and I do thank Commissioner Sacco again because at the last commission meeting when we were talking about the Wirehouser project, and she initiated a conversation that now we have a meeting with planning, Mr. Person, just to make sure, and it's not just about fire presence, it's about infrastructure, police, fire, whatever may be needed to make sure we meet the needs of our citizens. And emergency management, we have a robust emergency management program. Chief Withers is learning. He's going to get the training. I'm blessed because of what happened to be a certified emergency trainer to be able to offer some things. The preseason projection was that it was going to be a very, very busy season. We've been fortunate that there were few storms of impact. However, the one which was Ian that came through, it didn't impact the city of Gainesville too badly. But we still learn from it, and we want to do better. One of the things we want to do is engage our faith-based organizations better, as well as a mechanism for our VOAD, volunteer organization that are active in disaster. Just recently, even after the preparation and the planning, for Ian. We just had a exercise. That triannual exercise was for a plane crash at the airport, and it was local, state, and federal resources, local and state resources, simulated federal, that were going to be responding to that incident. And we talk about it's all, there's a book that tells us it's better to give than to receive. And what we see here is that those individuals I talked about that are part of the non-serve program doing Ian, we were able to go out to the area of Spring Hill, Porters, Pine Ridge, to do some cleanup because of the heavy wind, to make sure we cleaned up. I took them out. We had assistance from RTS. They provided a driver and a bus, and we would go out in the community, those communities, and do some cleanup. The gentlemen on the right were the complement of personnel that went down to Fort Myers Beach and assisted them in search and rescue operations. The one thing I do want to show is, because my job is to look toward the future, and we're done with the budget. But one of the things that they did when they went down there is they're trained to a level of water techs, swift water techs, rescue techs. But they had to go down to Ocala to get the equipment to then respond down to meet their mission. And this is something, when you see this picture, you see more and more in cities across the U.S. If Orlando is not a place that normally floods, but they had standing water, and they were quickly overwhelmed by calls for assistance from people that were stranded. Again, just a demonstration of what's needed to be surrounded by so much water. I'm the best equipped person because of my affiliation with us, with water in the city of Gainesville among our fire department. So, and it is just to have, it costs about $10,000 to outfit them in the future. Budget's done, but it's something that if we're going to be the one that's responding to meet the needs of our neighbors, and we often do, I would want to be able to provide the same level of assistance here in the city of Gainesville at a minute's notice, because this guy is not, you'd be very fortunate if I just happen to be the one riding down the street to hear that somebody was in the water and have the proper equipment to be able to respond to them in a safe manner. And that's it. I do want to say that the last thing I want to say, and she's sitting there, but Commissioner, this past weekend we were at the Sugar Hill Parade, and I didn't know that Commissioner Ward liked Harleys, and I mean, she looked good on a Harley, and so it was my Harley, so it was an inside joke.
It was a classic.
Right, thank you, Chief. Any further questions for the Chief? We appreciate the quarterly update. Thank you extended to all of your staff and firefighters, EMTs for the job they do. We do appreciate it. Any members of the public wish to speak to this item? Mr. Willard?
Welcome, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey. Welcome, Willard, Gay Positive Developer Ice. I remember seeing somewhere in the ballots about building a new fire station. Come on. They ain't so conflicted. I don't think you was that tough, Mr. Mayor. That we can't vote on the committee. Well, wouldn't it build a fire station now?
That tax, that infrastructure tax could be used to build fire stations as well as many other types of infrastructure for the city. So it could be upgrades to city facilities, but that is one of the options, yes.
What amendment is that?
I haven't looked at my sample ballot.
It's the second to last
Second to last.
on the ballot.
It's combined with wild spaces, public places.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Oh, that's on the wild space public place?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
So it's a county-wide vote.
Yeah, okay. All right. Cause I didn't think I felt like comfortable voting for that another 10 years like that. 10 years up already? It don't seem like it's been 10 years since we was over there.
When you're having fun, Mr. Willard.
Sir?
When you're having fun, time flies.
You know, it doesn't seem like 10 years since we crossed the street when you said that.
That's true.
10 years up already?
You didn't come around for a while, Mr. Willard, you forget. We just kept going while you weren't here. We just kept moving.
He was at the county.
Hey, well, you still done a good job, and we want to, I'm going to represent the veterans. When's the last one? December what?
What's the swearing in date? The 5th? January 5th is all at noon. 12:01, January 5th, I will be unemployed.
Got to be there at noon?
So if you know of anything. Yeah, I think that's at noon, right?
I'll come to represent.
Yeah, noon. Yeah, it'll be, do we know where it is? Not yet? We'll let you know.
Okay, I'll come represent the veterans.
Yeah.
Appreciate everything you give it up.
I know the next mayor would appreciate you being there and saying your congratulations. I always did. All right, thank you, Mr. Willard. All right, you have a safe afternoon. Okay, up next we have our GCRA update.
Mo Deal is here from GCRA.
Ms. Deal, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. Mo Deal, GCRA staff. And so today I'll be providing the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area update to you. So we have 6 items on our agenda today. And the first item I would like to discuss is the Eastside Health and Economic Development Initiative, otherwise moving forward we call EHEDI for short. And this is a transformational project located on Southeast Hawthorne Road next to GTEC and the Cornerstone property. And so here, this EHEDI project is a GCRA coordinator project where this conceptual idea is tied to the GTEC building, the Cornerstone commercial property, which are initiatives that are in our 10-year reinvestment plan. The facility on the site present opportunities to co-locate supportive services and ancillary development to complement the UF Health Clinic that will be built on this site. The image that you see here is an initial concept by CHW. The University of Florida is utilizing CHW to design the Eastside Clinic and master plan for this parcel. For the purposes of consistencies and economies of scale, the City of Gainesville, in conjunction with UF Health, will also utilize CHW to design the roadway network for both the UF and the city sites. The roadway to the east will connect to the property currently owned by the City of Gainesville and will ultimately connect to the GTEC building and Cornerstone property. The GCRA will pay an amount not to exceed $200,500 for professional consulting services task assignment to CHW, and we are in the due diligence phase with the purchase of the White Electric Battery property, where the GCRA agreed to purchase the property for $216,500. CHW will be producing an environmental assessments report for the property, which will determine all programmed elements and future building sites along with the square footages that we'll be able to put onto the property, and the city will master plan the remainder of the site. The site will incorporate the RTS Mobility Hub transfer station, and depending on those environmental assessment reports, the site's master plan could include a community resource paramedicine facility, housing, and a future food hub in a form to be determined. The goal is to create economic development opportunities, jobs, and possibly additional housing in East Gainesville. The tri-party agreement has been approved and executed. City leadership has met with Dr. Lakeisha Butler from Shands and UF Health, and we are looking forward to a continued partnership on this transformational project in East Gainesville. And for those of you who might be interested in the sizes of these properties, the overall site, if you take from UF's parcel all the way through to GTEC, is approximately 30.78 acres. UF's portion of that is about 12 acres. The White Electric and Battery parcel is about 5 acres. The city-owned parcel that we had prior to that is about 4.2 acres, and there's about 9.5 in the GTEC acres. That includes the pads that were subdivided lots. And next up is 8th and Waldo. So on October 20th, 2022, the GCRA ordinance was to expand the GCRA boundary of the 8th and Waldo, and it was approved and is being routed right now for signatures. The 8th and Waldo feasibility study is currently under the cone of silence. The commission review of that feasibility study is tentatively set for November 17th, 2022. And this is the updated GCRA boundary that was approved.
Ms. Steele, if you could please pause for a question, Commissioner Ward.
So is that the November 17th? That's to award the,
It's for the commission to, okay, the top recommended firm.
right, that's not to receive back a study, that's to
No.
award the,
That is to award it to someone
Yes.
that will do the study and develop
I just want to be careful with how we
Sure.
present that to the community.
Thank you. Okay, making sure. So this is the updated GCRA boundary that was approved. This expansion will allow the GCRA to support the planning and development around the intersection of 8th and Waldo, Citizens Field, Martin Luther King Jr. Multipurpose Center, the Fire Safety City, and leave open any future opportunities that do come out of that feasibility study once awarded. The next, I would like to discuss the Power District update. So GCRA and leadership are currently reviewing the next steps for advancing the Power District. The Downtown Strategic Plan was approved on October 20th, 2022, in the City Commission meeting. The GCRA and leadership will be attending the Downtown Retreat with MKSK in November, where we feel this information from this retreat will tie into the next steps for Power District to the Downtown Strategic Plan. I would also like to discuss the Community Partnership Grant Program. The Community Partnership Grant Program was approved by the City Commission on July 21st, 2022. And this program is a part of a GCRA 10-year reinvestment plan under the Community Enhancements in Housing and offers funding for special events held within our GCRA district. The program is currently accepting applications through December 1st, 2022 for special events that will take place next year, April 1st through September 30th. Community events help raise awareness, encourage economic development, and a sense of community. And here are just a couple of the images of the events that we have supported. The one here is the East Gainesville Backyard Barbecue that supported diversity, inclusion, and economic development. It was a community event held over the summer at Citizens Field. Also, this is the Fifth Avenue Arts Festival there in the middle. We would like to give you a quick GCRA staffing update. The GCRA director position was posted and applicants are being interviewed. And the GCRA in Housing and Community Development posted for a project manager 3 or 4 position. And the posting closed this week. And at this time, I would like to introduce Chelsea Bakaitis. She's our interim housing and community development supervisor to give you an update on the GCRA housing programs. Once she's done, I'll be happy to come back and answer any questions.
And if I might intervene, the housing programs are now housed in the Housing and Community Development Department under Corey Harris's direction.
Very good. Mr. Harris is here as well. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Steele. All right, we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, I have the. I've never put that in the GPC. All right, so this is just a comprehensive update of our programs. We're going to start doing this more regularly. In January, we're going to come to you with a kind of an effectiveness report to talk about some opportunities, how we can improve the program, how effective were the program. So this is pretty high level for today. Yes, and as Ms. Curry mentioned, the housing programs are now under the purview of Mr. Corey Harris, the Director of Housing, to kind of streamline, and I think he mentioned that at the last GPC. This is very similar to what you saw 2 weeks ago. And I am currently acting as the interim housing supervisor, and so currently we're seeking an interim project manager to manage these GCRA housing programs. This would be an interim position, and then we are also looking to hire a GCRA project manager 3 through 4 to manage GCRA housing development projects.
Could you please pause for a question, Commissioner Saka?
Yes.
Thank you. Just on the heirs property, I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm looking at all the numbers. But on the heirs property, it shows that, we only spent like just over 10% of it. But although it is budgeted in two pieces, the 500,000 was budgeted over two pieces. What happens with the rest of the money budgeted for this past year that just ended?
Yeah, so all money is going to roll over into the same fund.
So
We don't have those rollover numbers right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem. So the neighborhood paint program was very successful. This year we painted about 41 homes, and we have, it should be 150,000 for FY23, not 200,000. And we have two contractors, and we hope to, once we hire the new project manager, we hope to resume that program. The heirs property program, we had 34 people participate in the program. We're currently probating about 20. People have to drop out of the program for all sorts of reasons, which I'll probably go into more in January. So a lot of cases we did close for advice only, but we have currently about 20 going through the probate process. My neighborhood program, we've accomplished 2 closings, and we have 2 more coming up in the next 3 weeks. We have 8 people who are qualified under the program currently. That means that they've been approved, they're eligible, and so once they're ready to close on a house, they can come to us and receive assistance. The Community Weatherization Coalition Partnership, we had 25 recipients this past year. We recently sent out postcards to every residential home in the Porter's neighborhood. And once we hire the new project manager, we hope to, with this program, do neighborhood outreach in phases, neighborhood by neighborhood, and send out postcards to try to push that program. The Historic Home Stabilization Program has not started yet. We're waiting on a citywide request for qualifications to be able to hire general contractors. This one will also this will have like an application period since the funding is so limited. So I'm not sure exactly when we're going to be opening that, but it will be when we have a new project manager to manage the program, and then also when we have a list of qualified vendors we can pull from. The Pleasant Street and Porter's Affordable Housing Info Project is moving along. On Monday, we had a community engagement meeting for the Pleasant Street neighborhood. It was held at the new Santa Fe Blunt Center. Next Thursday, we're going to be having one for the Porter's Quarters neighborhood at the Cave Museum, and that one will be 6 to 8 p.m. if any of you are interested in attending. After these engagement meetings, we're going to put some A-frames with posters on the site, and we're going to have a survey, paper survey, and then an online survey if people want to scan a QR code, so that we can kind of capture engagement for those who did not attend the meeting, because only 7 people attended the Pleasant Street meeting, for instance. So we thought maybe kind of a more passive way could help gather more responses and thoughts about the site. All right, well, that is my update on the GCRA housing programs. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report, I appreciate it. So over 6 programs, essentially ballpark, over a 2-year period, rolling over, we've got about $2.5 million of funding here. And we're not spending, we're still getting used to some of it, and it's not all being spent out as we, by year, it's not anywhere near being all spent out. So my hope is that when we come back for updates, that we can have an in-depth conversation about how we might make some of these, and you and I have talked about this, how we might make some of these more fluid, so that if somebody doesn't work out in one of these blocks, that we can help them move over to the other and get it done, what they need, meet their needs, without saying, no, you don't qualify for this, you'll have to come back for another thing. Or what they often perceive is, you don't qualify, period. And that's not at all what we're trying to do, but that's often what is perceived. So if we can find a way to make it a little more fluid between programs, so if you need, for instance, if you're going through the Heirs Property Assistance Program and you find that you are at a roadblock because you need money to pay, to buy out some of the other heirs, maybe you could qualify under My Neighborhood to do that, to meet needs in other ways and still be within the confines of this larger program through the GCRA. Just some thoughts, and I look forward to being able to talk about some of that flexibility and some specifics of that as we move forward. So, thank you. I appreciate all the work we do. This is really cool.
Commissioner Sacco and then Commissioner Duncan Walker.
I think Commissioner Ward, what you're asking for is like a common application that we just kind of keep on record of you know, we are applying for X, and do we keep like a case file? Ms. McCarthy, sorry, do we keep like a case file for any applicants for a project? So family A applied for program X, this is how much we spent. We keep that info, right?
Yes.
Do we have any kind of, I'm going to look at it from the legal world, like a case management of like, yeah, we walked them through, we helped them with the application, this is what they needed, this is what we concluded, they're still at the house 6 months later, yay, happy ending. Do we do any kind of follow-up or conclusion, or just kind of follow-up surveying or questionnaire once we finish services, or if people drop out of the program, why they drop out of the program, like you mentioned, to kind of see what those, you know, what those barriers or pitfalls kind of are, or successes even. You know, this is how we help people along, and they know they have a relationship with us now, and if they come forward for anything else in the future, we kind of have a file for them. Is there any kind of, it's ultimately case management at that point, just because we do touch so many families.
Yes, I think that would be a great thing to incorporate. We don't currently do that. A lot of it's anecdotal stuff that people have told me. I'll make note of on their application or in their file. But there's no like formal way of case management or following up. And that is definitely something we would like to incorporate, because I know Commissioner Duncan Walker has also asked for something similar in the past. So our hope is that we can, for the January update, my hope is that me and maybe the other project manager can call a few applicants on the phone and try to start some of that conversation. And then once we kind of create a structure around how we're going to follow up in the future, we can look to that for future years as well and do a more formal process for that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this report. I'm curious about it kind of across the board, but specific to the My Neighborhood program, can you tell us a little bit about what you perceive as some of the barriers to, you know, the process applying or whatever it is? What are some of the issues you think?
Yeah, so the only people who qualified so far have been Habitat recipients as well. And so they're getting subsidies other places to purchase a home. And what I'm finding is it's people who are applying to the program are having difficulty getting pre-qualified for financing. Even when I talk to their lender and their lender's aware that they're qualified for this program, they're still having difficulty. And it might just depend on person to person. I've only talked to a couple of lenders, but I think that's the difficulty, people getting qualified for financing. But also, the only neighborhood we've been able to have closings in has been the Duval neighborhood, where property values and home price is generally lower. And so, for instance, I've had people from Pleasant Street and Fifth Avenue come, and it's pretty much impossible for them to purchase a home. We do have one Fifth Avenue person who's qualified, and they are able to do it because they actually own the land, they inherited the land, and they're going to be building a home on that property. So that's why they were. So I've talked to, I think, West Palm Beach, and then Austin, Texas has a similar program, but it's more integrated with the cities building these homes and then qualifying people to move into the homes that the city is subsidizing and building.
And where was that, you said?
West Palm Beach. I think it was West Palm Beach. She called and talked to me on the phone, and then Austin, Texas.
Thank you.
And Mr. Harris also reminded me, so 2 of our Dreams to Reality recipients are former Kennedy Homes residents. And so currently the program does not allow them to take part of the My Neighborhood program. But what we were going to suggest and hopefully bring to the November 17th City Commission meeting would be to change some of the guidelines in the program so former Seminary Lane and Kennedy Homes recipients so Kennedy Homes would be able to purchase Heartwood. You know, they would lose funding to move back to Heartwood, which was the former Kennedy Homes site, and then Seminary Lane could purchase in Fifth Avenue. Well, they would be eligible anyway, but Fifth Avenue.
We need to talk about
Oh, thank you, Chelsea. I'm not quite done. A couple more questions for you. Thank you for that, though.
Why didn't Kennedy Homes ever purchase?
I'll skip that. I'll come back to that at a different time. I had a really good conversation a few days ago, and I'm sure it'll come back at some point. I noticed we didn't get an update on the Heritage Trail, but I did have a great conversation with staff a few days ago, and I'm really excited about the ideas that will come forward in this iteration, reboot, and hopefully finalization of the Heritage Trail. So I'm excited about that. I do have just this question, and I'm not really sure whether staff will be able to provide it, but what is the current total amount left in the GCRA budget?
That's a big question.
That's a big question.
And it is a separate meeting.
Separate meeting, a whole meeting?
It really is.
Wow, okay.
But you can.
Yes, to add on to what Ms. Curry was saying is we actually have been working together with leadership right now. We have been listening. We hear a lot of the questions, you know, from things of what are in the TIF and what's in the budget. And so we are preparing something to bring forward to everyone to discuss exactly what you're looking for. So I can provide that specifically to you at a later date for sure.
And you're also welcome to come to my office. We have a war room board and the answers to your question on that board, but we're working it out. So we can bring the report back to the full board.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that.
Absolutely.
Just, you know, as I hear us spending money,
Oh, yeah.
I clearly am concerned with what is left.
Absolutely.
Because I'm one who doesn't like spending money in the blind.
Right.
You know, we have a very important document that is still getting ready to come out in December, the disparities report. And what's left in these coffers, I think, is very, very important to understand and important even to conserve so that we can make sure that we equitably distribute the remaining funds. So thank you very much. I look forward to hearing in the very near future. And I'm coming to the war room.
Please do.
To take a look at that. But thank you very much. I believe I will conclude with that. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question on the Kennedy Homes and Seminary Lane. I thought we included the Fifth Avenue neighborhood and then also in that area when we.
Mr. Harris.
So yes, maybe Seminary Lane didn't need to be mentioned, but Kennedy Homes is not included because we include North Lincoln and we include Duval, but we didn't include the Heartwood because Heartwood was, I guess I'm not really sure why, but we didn't include
We didn't include the whole GCRA, we just picked neighborhoods, and listed neighborhoods, so that's why.
I mean, I would like to move that we ask staff to look at the neighborhood and that neighborhood and come back with the proposed changes.
It's Kennedy Homes that was displaced.
Yeah.
So, strange.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
And third.
Any members of the public to that? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that motion passes unanimously. There, all are absent. Was that the end of GCRA's update,
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Steele? Okay, thank you very much. Any members in the public in general?
I just have a question on, when will we correct the signage at GTEC? You knew I was going to ask you that.
Good.
We have the GTEC signage procured, that we wanted to make some final edits with some of the decisions with Santa Fe College. We have that, and I would look forward to that within the next 4 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for the update. Up next, we have our parking program update. Madam Manager?
Yes, sir. Mr. Parsons?
Last but certainly not least is the parking update. We have a all things parking update for you. She needs no introduction, but I will introduce her. Debbie Leisner, the Transportation Planning Manager, will give the update. And we'll cover parking garage, downtown parking, you name it. And I'll turn it over to Debbie.
All right, Ms. Leisner, good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Persons.
Thank you. Okay, so as Andrew mentioned, let me see if I can work on this. So Debbie Leisner, Transportation Department. We'll start this with an update on the conditions in the parking garage. As you may be aware, there were some issues over the past year and safety related, so we have increased the safety of the facility by enhancing the evening security. We have 4 guards on Thursdays, beginning on Thursdays during the busy evenings. And we have also implemented an early closure, so the garage is closed between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. for hourly parkers. People that have permits can still access the facility and use it as normal. But that has improved the conditions. We haven't had any problems with people congregating there anymore and some of the safety incidents that had happened in the past. We're working on the weatherproofing of the facility. City Commission allocated funding for that, so we're working on the 5th deck and the 2nd deck. Right now, we hope to complete that towards the end of the year, and then we have additional funding to continue that work. We also have done some improvements to lighting. You can see some examples of the before and after. And how the conditions have improved. So that's also a maintenance issue. So we have decreased over time the need for recurring maintenance of the fixtures. We also enhanced the safety through the upgrade of the security cameras. And GPD also has remote access to view the cameras right now. What else in here? Then we also enhanced outreach about the facility, so that coupled with everything else, I think has led to an increase in the usage of that facility. As you can see here, we have the 3 previous years with FY20 excluded due to the impacts and closures during the pandemic. Just a quick overview on the parking meters and mobile pay. The parking meters that we have out in the field right now are operating beyond their useful life. They are outdated. We don't have any parts to maintain them, so it's a recurring issue. We have implemented mobile pay in 2017 as a pilot program that was successful, that was expanded over time. That program also over time included addition of option to pay via phone call. It used to be a very limited area, and now the entire system was upgraded to include that. So the phone number is included on the signs, and you can see on the top graphic, the graph there, a distribution of how people use that system. It offers a method of payment through an app, a smartphone app, website, or the voice option. We have information on our website about how to use that system. It takes really, it's very fast to use. You can see the utilization of meters versus the online of the mobile payment option. The adaptation to that system was really great over time. And also this graphic excludes that gap because of COVID when the payment was lifted. I think that's it on this slide. I cannot see that far. So, under the neighborhood parking program, this covers primarily the area surrounding the university campus. It was implemented in the early 90s. That area, as you know, has seen a lot of development, particularly north of University, between University and 8th, and then between 13th Street and say around 6th Street. Those areas are regulated between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. with requirements for payment for a permit. So we have different types of permits, residential, commercial, service, and visitor permits. We're now also charging for those. We did a study, I believe, in 2019 with a consultant that recommended some modifications. We updated the pricing. We have adjusted boundaries. That implementation was done in 2 phases, with the first phase on the last year, and we updated the boundaries for this fiscal year. So right now, at some point, we had up to 12 different zones. Right now, we only have 6. It's working a little bit better because people can spread a little. The demand for the spaces is much greater than the supply. The supply has been fixed, but development has continued to occur in this area. It also has changed significantly from single family to more multi-use developments, and it's becoming more walkable, so we have different needs here. So we're continuing to adapt and reinvent this system as time passes to try to serve the area a little bit better.
Ms. Leisner, can you please pause for a question from Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know that you reduced the zones, but it's a question that I've had before from younger individuals who live along University, past 13th, so east of 13th, around University, and one of their concerns has always been, well, if I get a pass for the wrong zone, and now, like, yeah, there's parking a block away, but it's on the wrong zone. Has there been any consideration of just creating one kind of buffer zone between 1 and 2? It's, there might, I think you have fewer passes put out this year than you have parking spaces, which is good, but if they're all in zone 2, but I could easily park in 1 because it's a block over and I'm comfortable walking that, do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think it is something that was considered, but for this phase, we thought it might encourage a little bit more travel through the area, so it might be to see how it worked with just 2 zones. So really, if you, the supply of parking that's not used is really north of 5th Avenue.
Okay.
But that's where the most of the single-family residential still is. So it seems to be working well like this. Is a really easy solution to change the zone if someone purchases incorrectly. Sometimes we're able to catch that in advance and staff changes and reassigns it, but...
Sorry, it wasn't so much incorrectly as like, I do live on this zone, but there's no parking in my zone right now that I can see, but I can see that across the street.
Oh, I see.
In the other zone, there is parking, and I can see it from my house. I'd be comfortable walking, but it's the wrong zone. That's why I asked about one kind of crescent kind of zone.
Yeah, I think eventually that might be where this ends up in after additional evaluation of how it's working this year, but I think that we were able to merge 3 zones on the north side and 3 zones on the south side to do what you see right now. But also what we heard during the evaluation when the consultant was here, we had surveys and a lot of public input is that area is enforced up to 4 p.m. A lot of the concerns were overnight, like, oh, my daughter goes to work or comes back, there's no place to park, but we don't regulate during those times because it's primarily trying to address congestion, safety during the day, and availability for.
But it is something
so
you're
thinking some
about.
additional, revisions as we move forward.
Okay, so long as y'all are thinking about it. Thank you.
Mr. Ward? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a couple of quick questions. On areas where we use the mobile apps to park, is there a way, and I just don't know it, to use cash to pay for anything?
So you're talking about, for everything is regulated through the mobile app pretty much, even the virtual payments for the permits for this area, where we have meters. Most of the areas is a meter and option or or the virtual payment, and our meters receive coins.
Right, so the meters take coins, but places where there are no meters, we don't have an option for cash. If I go to the garage, for instance.
In the garage, we have an option, there's a
We
pay
do.
station. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, but a very small percentage of the payments are done through the pay station. It's all integrated.
Right, so I use the app, I love using it, it's fantastic, because I never carry change, haven't in years. I just want to make sure that we maintain a way for people who don't do credit cards and don't do smartphones to pay. That we do have a percentage of folks for whom that is true. The other question was, I had folks ask me, and I don't have a good answer, if there's any way to develop a permit system, not just downtown, but going back toward Midtown for folks who are working in those areas and need to park. So it's primarily intended for residents, but as we have more business going on, which is a good thing, you want people to have a place for their workers to park. I'm talking specifically about the 4th Avenue Food Park. And I've been asked about, told that I would pass this on. Folks who are working there, getting them a place to park. They're willing to pay, it's just finding a place for them to pay to park is a question. And the question was, could they apply for neighborhood permits, essentially? Just something for us to think about.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please continue.
So the graphic that you see here just gives an overview of the program over time and how many permits we sold and by the different types of permits. And one of the things that is shown here, the charge for the visitor permit seems to have been successful to curtail abuse of that. It's only, I think, $50 per permit, but it helps reduce the pressures in the area. And one other thing that I forgot to mention, that we created some new parking spaces for mopeds, those gas scooters, so to try to decrease the pressure too, because everybody has a scooter in a vehicle. So we used some unutilized areas to restripe, just done through restriping, to try to increase the supply of parking. Parking enforcement, we have 4 officers that do parking enforcement. We have 1 vacancy now, because 1 transferred to code enforcement. So we have been, the approach has changed to more an ambassadorial role, if you will, with them trying to educate the public and trying to seek compliance more than a punitive approach. So if you see here, over the past year, we issued even more warnings than citations. We have enhanced the information available online. One of our lead parking enforcement officer created on the videos that you see here. It's educating the public about all the different aspects, what to do, and how to avoid getting a citation, how to comply with the regulations. We enforce primarily the area of the neighborhood parking zones and the downtown area. We do have the means as needed. If we receive a request, we can identify and serve those needs, but it's primarily on the areas, and you see a heat map of the citations for 2022 over there is the figure. GPD also issues citations, but we do, I believe last time I saw, over 95–96% of the citations are done by us, by our group. And then the downtown parking plan, we have implemented the phase 1 with some immediate modifications since that plan was implemented, and we reversed it, but we implemented some of the aspects and things that were of primary concern. Some of them include the 30-minute time-limited spaces along Southeast First Street to address some concerns about access to the county services. We also extended the time limit on the parking lots to 4 hours, and we have a new better information sharing with the public. They were all color-coded with additional information on the stickers, so it facilitates the understanding of regulations. We also created a new downtown employee permit at the garage, so that costs $20 per month plus tax. And at the time we created this, about 26 permits had been sold, and that had been in effect since May. And then we also updated the time limit on those pickup drop-off areas from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. Moving on for the phase 2, we have hired SP Plus to help us with the evaluation of the needs in the area, doing additional data gathering and analysis, and looking at some opportunities, including payment methods and where should we be charging for parking and how much and for how long. And then we're also going to be looking at valet needs as the valet operation has expanded in the downtown, and looking at how do we better manage the curb space. So do you have any questions up to here? If not,
I think so. Thank you for the update.
yes,
Appreciate it.
so do you want to cover the next slide, or I can?
Parking, yes.
The downtown strategic plan, Sarit's here, she's been managing that project, but basically related to parking, they identified or highlighted the importance to balance the need for parking with the need to have a very walkable area, that this plan supported the direction that we were going, and the need of how some of the things that we did for the downtown, and talks about simplifying the regulations and to making more user-friendly. And then also addressed support for no minimum parking requirements for the downtown developments, and made some recommendations that will be addressed during the upcoming parking study. So we're going to be doing that parking study, SP Plus. We're kicking off that study next week with the consultants, so we anticipate by spring to have recommendations back to the City Commission, and it will include these components, and also have more outreach as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Leisner.
And then do you want to?
Appreciate the update.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes Santos, this is not new, so he has shared it with us. I just want to make sure this is not just dropping on me at the last minute.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to touch on a few things. The garage parking and our enforcement, I parked there I've done it a few times. I parked like for 3 hours. I never got a ticket. And I know we've moving away from having like a gate and stuff like that to that. I just don't think that, I don't know how many people are actually paying and doing it, and then how our enforcement's going in the garage first. I think that if we had someone there at a gate, we probably wouldn't need as much security as well, because we'd have someone, people just, it looks like a free-for-all right now, because there's no person there.
Enforcement officers just.
Yeah. So I don't know, in the garage, have we thought about putting a gate back there and a person there or things like that? Or I just think it would help. We probably wouldn't have to pay for another security guard there too, if there was a person there.
I think when we had the gated operations, it did not operate very well. There was constant issues of everybody leaving at the same time, having to leave the gate open. People have to pay on the way out, and then we had different iterations of having to keep staff there, more than one staff to be able to collect the cash, and then we have safety issues with the cash and safety at the end, and it was a lot more problems, and there were 2 incidents at the time because of the gate being closed and the gate being broken all the time. So it was more of a problem than it is now. And we do enforcement with a vehicle, and we're patrolling to issue citations for people that don't pay or that don't have a permit. And we also have cameras at the entrance that we are exploring the idea of doing payment citations via mail.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then the parking meters, to Commissioner Ward's point on, I think the reason our rollout failed is because we only use that. I mean, walking around trying to help people, it failed because of that. I don't think it failed as much because it was paid. It failed because it was difficult to use. Ocala has paid parking all through their downtown. They have meters that have a credit card. I don't know if that's the best thing, but other places have pay stations and things like that. I think that is what we need. Paid parking will only work if we have that other option, not just the app. I think one of the things we should consider is having just doing a pilot of a block or half a block. I think that would test it, see how it works, and then kind of pilot around, expand slowly, and I think that won't cause as much frustration. It also reduces the cost of what we might have to invest in meters or whatever infrastructure for that, but then that starts to get us rolling through it and also gets people used to what the process would be. And then I kind of printed out this, and I've given to the manager before, I went with Commissioner-elect Eastman as well. We biked around. A lot of this is like the areas, neighborhood parking areas that are currently neighborhood parking all the way to University Avenue and 13th Street, which doesn't really give parking for the commercial that we have on 13th and University. So looking at adding some paid parking along that area, and then just looking at different areas that we have around our kind of core streets that are currently neighborhood, they probably could be paid, and then some that are 30-minute, just kind of looking at ways that we can more efficiently use the parking, and then also looking at some test cases. And also, one of them is on Southwest 2nd Street, next to the garage, next to where Lucy's is, speaking with them, how can we probably add more parking spaces there too. So that's just what this is, and I don't know where you all would look. I just asked you all to look at it, but yeah.
Right, and the consultant has it as well.
Okay, yeah.
We passed on.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner?
No, I was just going to say, I would like to see paid parking downtown. It's become very, very difficult to park, especially in the evenings. But it's the app, it was the app that really turned off senior citizens particularly.
I don't like it either.
Oh, you didn't like it either?
Well, you're holding hard. After doing this job for 6 years. Ages.
So a pilot would be very good to do now.
So my understanding is all these things, including this list of suggestions, is included in the report for the consultant, and that will come back to the new commission in April, did you say, or 6 months, or
Yeah, before the summer, hopefully.
before the summer?
Before the summer.
July 21st.
We'll be more specific.
You don't have to be more specific than me, I'm just trying to get a feeling for everyone else. Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Leitner, for the update. Any members of the public wish to speak to this item? Oh, we're not?
We're not done?
We just voted on that last week.
No, Ms. Leitner covered the item that Sheree was here
And the
for.
strategic plan was covered last week.
Yeah, and we voted on that.
Just checking.
But thank you for being with us, Ms. Ela, for being at the ready. Okay, is there any general public comment? All right, any member comment? Okay, very good. We will have our next GPC meeting in December. So after today, there's a few odds and ends, but we will be on our election recess. So good luck to everybody running. It will be over at some point. That's what I keep hearing. Yes. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
So Adrian,